Everyone who has a cell phone, if you could take it out of your pocket, purse, whatever, and turn it off, or put it on silent mode. And if you wish to speak on any item, you could bring your slip up front, hand it to this young lady on my left, and you got your 3 minutes, and all voices and all commands, everything will be held at the podium. There will be no audience interruptions, clapping, and such. So with that, we'll get the meeting started. Yeah. Tony, would lead us in our pledge, please?
I would. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could I get a roll call, please?
Chair Algauer,
Here.
Vice Chair Hicks.
Here.
Commissioner Beck,
Here.
Commissioner Chester. Here. Commissioner Higginson,
Here.
Commissioner Snodgrass, and Commissioner Vick.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, on the consent agenda, we have the minutes from the March 1st meeting. Need approval.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
Just as a point of order, we'll have to do the public comment for items not on the agenda as well.
Okay.
And we have one public comment for items that are not on the agenda.
Okay.
Hanson Wang.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak under general comments. I just wanted to say that the city created a general plan that we're not even halfway through it on yet. And the reason for the general plan is to help us gain in commerce, gain in residence, and yet while maintaining the look and the culture of our city. And so I think it's important that we do keep it, but there are changes that can be made in the general plan. Like some of you have said, it is a living document. But normally the changes, if you think it through, would be changes that would improve the situation for the city. What things improve the city? Well, obviously, increasing our small businesses in Upper Yucaipa. That helps us all out. It helps the city out. And just to make sure you understand, I am for development, but I am for development in an appropriate fashion. So, you hear people saying, Yucaipa is a great city. It's a city where we can have the vision of the mountains, the snow, when we have snow like we did recently, and open spaces. We can hike, we can have rural areas that we can have horses and other things. And now we have mountain bikes. We even created a new trail for them. So it's made for everyone. But if you disturb the skyline, so you have a difficult time seeing the foothills, you have a difficult time seeing the mountains, and you have difficult time looking at your open spaces. And vineyards are not open spaces, but it also helps the look of an area. So I just think you need to take all these things into consideration when we're planning additions to our city. I thank you for your time. I hope you at least consider what I say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments?
No public comments for items that are not on the agenda.
So we did our first one, so we need to move to our first item on the agenda. And that would be case number 23-026.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Algauer and Planning Commissioners. I'll be presenting item number 2, which was submitted by the applicant David Ridge for a special use permit and the architectural review of a 24.5-foot tall.
Go ahead and hold that, please, that thought, please. Tony, could you? Yeah, read that one.
So at this time, I would like to ask the commissioners disclose any ex parte communications related to this item. Members of the Planning Commission may have received information relative or relevant to public hearing items. We'll start over. At this time, I would like to ask that the commissioners disclose any ex parte communications related to this item. Members of the Planning Commission may have received information relevant to the public hearing item through communication with other persons prior to the hearing. These communications are known as ex parte communications. They are substantive oral or written communications concerning quasi-judicial matters that occur outside of the public hearing. Such communications raise due process concerns for the involved parties. If planning commissioners have had ex parte communications relevant to this public hearing item, I ask those planning commissioners disclose those communications and the substance of the information received now on the record.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, Madeline? Is that good?
Yeah, just to confirm, you're opening the public hearing as well? You've opened the public hearing?
Yes. Do the public hearing. We're good? You want to do the public hearing again?
Could we confirm that none of the commissioners have disclosures that they want to make with regards to ex parte communications?
Nobody wants to make a disclosure then, correct?
I don't see anyone saying that they have anything to disclose.
No.
No?
I know this is all something new, so do we
Yeah,
need to
this is
take a roll
fairly
call
new
on
to
it,
us
or-
here.
No, it's an adjustment. So if there are nothing, let's do a roll call. If you don't have anything to disclose, just for the record, say no disclosures.
No disclosures.
Okay,
Chair Algauer,
none?
Vice Chair Hicks,
None.
Commissioner Beck,
None.
Commissioner Chester. None. Commissioner Higginson,
None.
Commissioner Snodgrass. None. And Commissioner Vick.
None.
Thank you.
Okay, with that,
We
thank you,
move on
Honorable
to the
Chairman
young lady.
Algauer and Planning Commissioners. This is item number 2 brought before you by David Ridge, the applicant, and it's a special use permit for the architecture review of a 24.5-foot tall and 2,400 square foot garage and workshop. The structure has been designed to match the existing home on the single residential property located at 35648 Sundance Court. We've got some images of the parcel and the land use district before you on the screen, highlighting the 0.53 acre parcel, which is located within a small cul-de-sac development off of Wildwood Canyon Road. The zoning is RS20M, indicated by the yellow land use district overlay, which is a single residential 20,000 square foot minimum lot size for subdivision zoning district. It's surrounded by other single-family residences, and the site has a general downhill sloping from the front of the property to the rear. The bottom floor of the structure is 1,200 square feet and would be utilized as garage space, and the second story is proposed as a workshop and additional storage area. The site plan is presented on the screen and indicates that the site is currently improved with an existing 2,797 square foot home, which is at an 8-foot higher pad elevation than this proposed garage structure. The garage is indicated by the yellow star at the rear of the property and surpasses all minimum setback requirements with its current location, would be over 100 feet behind the primary home and 225 feet from the street. Ingress and egress would be provided via the extension of an existing driveway along the side or northern property line, indicated by the red arrows on the screen. The elevations are presented, and indicate that the structure is 2 stories, has 2 roll-up doors on the first floor or the front and east side elevation to access the garage space. And this generally has 11.25 feet of vertical clearance. The structure has a 24.5-foot tall peak height with a gabled asphalt shingle roof to match the primary home, and then is to be painted to match the existing single-family residence. Given the downhill sloping of the property previously discussed, the existing single-family residence would block the line of sight of this structure proposed at the rear of the property. And then the elevations on the screen specifically highlight the front or east elevation as evidenced by the 2 roll-up garage doors, and then in particular a projecting outdoor patio element from the 2nd story or workshop area to increase some of that visual interest from the front of the structure. As well, the north or side elevation shows a recessed stairwell to provide access to that 2nd story area. In regards to public comment, project notices were sent to contiguous property owners and no comments were received, but it should be noted as per condition number 25 included in the agenda packet that an existing unpermitted container on the site is conditioned to be removed prior to occupancy of the proposed garage. Some site photos are on the screen. And so it's staff's recommendation that the project is approved with recommendations A through D on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, would the applicant wish to make a statement or comment? Not at this time. Okay, so then we move to public comments.
No public comments on this item.
Okay, with that, then we'll just close the public hearing and move to the commissioners. Commissioners, I have one question. There's no bathrooms on either floor of that building, am I correct?
There is a water closet and sink underneath the stairwell. I'm sorry, I need to come up?
Yes, you do, sir.
And Chair, just for the record, could you quickly reopen the hearing because we've already closed the hearing and the applicant's going to respond to a question.
So we'll reopen the public hearing at this time. Sir?
There is a water closet and a hand sink underneath the stairwell. If that was your question, yeah?
Right, just to make, seeing what kind of bathrooms.
Yeah, just a toilet and a sink.
Okay, with that, any other commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Huh? That's what I was gonna. Oh, okay. All right, with that, thank you, sir.
All right.
Okay, with that, we'll reclose the public hearing and move to the commissioners. Commissioners?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Oh, you got a motion?
Yeah.
We got a second there? Oh, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item, case number 22-035 is the CUP, conditional use permit. Mr.
So my understanding is we'll read this each time.
Yes, Commissioner Hicks, the reason we're doing this now, if everyone's wondering, is because the council adopted new rules on Monday. So we're going to be transitioning into implementing those rules. If prior to the reading or request for ex parte communication disclosures, we can open the public hearing. So after the
Prior.
announcement of the agenda item, open the public hearing and then invite the disclosures from the commissioners.
Okay,
And my apologies, I'll try to make it
No,
as easy as
thank you.
possible.
thank you. So want to open public comment
Oh,
first.
okay. Well, with that, let's,
Open public comment for.
we open the public comment? No?
Open the public hearing.
Okay, this is open the hearing up then. Okay. Wasn't sure how we were gonna do this. We'll
Now.
figure it out.
At this time, I would like to ask the commissioner that commissioners disclose any ex parte communications related to this item. Members of the planning commission may have received information relevant to the public hearing item through communication with other persons prior to the hearing. These communications are known as ex parte communications. They are substantive oral or written communications concerning quasi-judicial matters that occur outside of the public hearing. Such communications raise due process concerns for the involved parties. If the planning commissioners have had ex parte communications relevant to this public hearing item, I ask that those planning commissioners disclose those communications and the substance of the information received now on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Excuse me, does that mean like when we speak to staff, like when we're asking questions, is that the same type of communication?
Any substantive communication that goes to the merits of the item. Technically, with staff, you're just asking clarification questions, I'm assuming, with regards to the staff report.
Okay.
You can make mention of that, but generally speaking, we're referring to communications that go to the merits of the item that occurred outside the public hearing, that the applicant or other affected property owners are not aware of. So from a due process standpoint, we want that information to be out there so that everyone is on an equal footing and they're aware of the information that you may be relying upon when you're making your decision.
I'm going to take a roll call. Chair Elgauer,
None.
Vice Chair Hicks,
None.
Commissioner Beck,
None.
Commissioner Chester, none. Commissioner Higginson, Commissioner Snodgrass, none. And Commissioner Vick. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move right to the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Algauer and Planning Commissioners. The applicant Birchco LLC has submitted case number 22-035, which is a conditional use permit and architecture review for the construction of a self-storage facility that would yield a total of 122,150 square feet of storage space, as well as a variance request to allow for a zero lot line along both side property lines of the subject site located at 31875 Dunlap Boulevard. So the project site is highlighted by the star icon on the land use district map before you on the screen. As clear in the exhibit, the property is surrounded by other IC properties to the east and west, which is the white land use overlay, and some multifamily sites, the orange overlay. To the north is a water tower, and to the west is the sister site, Alpine Storage, which was previously developed as case number 1-103 CUP in the early 2000s. Additionally, I do want to point out that given adjacency to the freeway and the entrance to the city of Yucaipa, the city of Yucaipa design guidelines identify this subject property within the image zone, noting that such sites should include elevated design given their visibility and proximity to this entrance corridor of our city. So some general operations of the proposed use. The site would have the same business hours as the adjoining facility with unit access hours from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and office hours from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays, and then the office would be closed to the public on Sunday. Generally, the site would provide for 781 individual units proposed within 4 one-story buildings, which are organized in a U-shaped pattern as seen on the site plan exhibit on the next slide. So the site plan is presented here, which reflects Building B, one of the larger buildings with 324 units, and then Building C with 350 units centrally located. And then there is a 30-foot drive aisle separating these two buildings. I did want to note that all other internal drive aisles within the development would provide the same aisle width, complying with not only the minimum emergency access requirements, but also providing sufficient space for a vehicle loading space for future tenants to unload and load and access their individual storage units. Building A is going to have 50 units, and then Building B would have 55 units. So they're significantly smaller buildings and would be located at the east and west property lines, which is that variance request that I mentioned earlier, and I'll further discuss a little later in the presentation. Additionally, frontage improvements will be provided at the site, including curb, gutter, and sidewalk. This will provide greater connectivity in the general Dunlap corridor, specifically to the adjoining site, the existing Alpine storage facility, and then some other commercial developments within the greater vicinity, such as the Yucaipa Point project, which is currently under construction. Additionally, a large rear landscaped area is proposed at the rear of the site to meet drainage requirements. So in regards to the architecture review, the applicant had originally submitted building elevations with split-face CMU block wall identical to those of the previously developed adjacent site, which can be seen here in the photograph. However, staff worked with the applicant to enhance the building design by incorporating more modern material choices such as metal siding, trim accents, and varying roof lines, which would provide additional building articulation, particularly along the area visible from the I-10, given that it is within this image zone. So there's a color and materials board that should be available for view at the front. So the proposed building elevations, those which were updated, this is building B as an example on the screen. The central buildings will generally consist of vertical ribbed metal siding in the color light stone, and eaves will be in a charcoal gray. Individual storage unit roll-up doors will be painted in an accent color cedar red. Building A will utilize the existing split-face CMU block wall of the adjacent site's units as the rear building material, and then Building D will replicate this configuration on the eastern property line. There's particular emphasis on the front or south elevations, which face Dunlap Boulevard and the 10 freeway, with this projecting pop-out wall plane that proposes horizontal metal siding in a rustic red accent color, as well as some accent trees to soften that view shed. Given this property is located within the freeway gateway area, the Planning Commission may consider adding further conditions of approval to incorporate some additional architectural details, such as false door window panels, steel projecting canopies, or veneer accents along the base of the building pop-outs to enhance the overall aesthetic of the site and site design. So we'll discuss the variants now, which included in the agenda packet provide the 4 mandatory required findings for approval of a variance. And some key elements to focus on are that the variance is intended to mirror the adjacent self-storage land use to the west and provide a cohesive development pattern across the 2 sites. Additionally, given that the CMU walls will serve as the rear building material, this will provide a sort of screening given the illusion of the units themselves being a standard CMU property line wall, which is compatible with the surrounding area and similar for other commercial or industrial sites. Additionally, by pushing both Building A and Building D to the 0 lot line, the site design can accommodate wider drive aisles, which exceed those minimum standards, and accommodate greater vehicle loading areas within the drive aisle for future tenants. Some conceptual landscaping is provided on the screen, highlighting drought-tolerant ornamental landscaping covering 15% of the site. There's a 6-foot tubular steel fence proposed as the screening material on the front and rear property lines, and as standard conditions of approval, this would be reviewed and approved by our in-house landscape architect to ensure that the landscape design meets the city's water conservation ordinance. Another consideration would be to provide a condition of approval for some enhanced landscaping, particularly around maybe the building corners to soften those edges. Here's a photo of the existing site. And then here's that existing sister storage site, which is already developed as Alpine Storage back in the early 2000s. Project notices were sent to surrounding property owners within a 300-foot radius, and 1 comment was received in support of the project proposal. And then in terms of environmental review, given this is an infill site with generally surrounded with other development, the project would qualify for a Class 32 categorical exemption. From a fiscal impact perspective, using the existing 2021 fee schedule based off of the 122,150 square feet of commercial development, the project would generate over $450,000 in development impact fees. And so it's staff's recommendation that the Planning Commission conduct a public hearing, approve the CUP and variance request, review and if considered acceptable, approve the architectural design and conceptual landscaping, and then adopt the applicable findings and direct staff to file a notice of exemption.
Okay, thank you, Marilyn. With that, would applicant like to make a presentation? If you could just state your name and address for our records, please.
Jay Rents. I'm the owner of Alpine Storage there, and I live in Redlands, 731 La Solana Drive. Redlands. We built the adjacent facility in 2003 and have wanted this land next door. We had to fight several pipeline contractors that wanted to turn it into another construction supply area. And we really appreciate Madeline and her efforts to try to help us with the city's view and what they would like to see with this new design. And we just appreciate everything you guys do for us and have enjoyed owning a business here in Yucaipa.
And what was your hours of operation again?
So the office hours are 10 to 5. But the gate hours, it's an automated gate, and so it's 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is when current customers can come and go.
And then after 10 p.m., there are no lights or anything shining?
No, so the lights remain on because people like to climb fences. But people will not be coming and going. There won't be any, people like to rent units and have band practice in them. And so if we shut it down, shut the gates down, kind of keeps the area quiet.
Okay. Any commissioners got any questions?
I have one quick question. You haven't had any issues with the existing units, transients or crime-related incidents in the one that's there now? It hasn't attracted anything like that?
From time to time, we own storage facilities in Arizona and Utah and California. And at every facility, there's always somebody inside that's probably renting a unit that cuts a lock on somebody else's unit. It's an issue from time to time, and you do everything you can to keep that to a minimum. And we always have security and on-site managers and try to do everything we can to prevent it.
Question, does the current storage facility have an on-site living,
Yes,
yeah,
it does.
24-hour resident?
Yes.
Okay, with that, done. Okay, with that, we'll move to public comments.
No public comments on this item.
Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing and move to the applicants.
The commissioners?
Huh?
You're moving to the commissioners?
Sorry, we've got him all messed up.
Yeah, okay.
Been saying the same thing for 10 years.
Yeah, really, getting over and over again. Okay. So, commissioners, do we have something? No? A motion?
Questions?
I'll move the
Questions?
project.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Rents.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is case number 22-150. It's the planned development project that includes a preliminary development plan and tentative track map. With that, Mr. Hicks,
You'll open the public hearing?
Thank you.
want to open the public hearing?
Yes,
Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing.
then I get mine.
Then he gets his turn.
At this time, I would like to ask the commissioners disclose any ex parte communications related to this item. Members of the Planning Commission may have received information relevant to the public hearing item through communication with other persons prior to the hearing. These communications are known as ex parte communications. They are substantive, oral, or written communications concerning quasi-judicial matters that occur outside of the public hearing. Such communications raise due process concerns for the involved parties. If planning commissioners have had ex parte communications relevant to the public hearing, relative to the public hearing item, I ask those planning commissioners disclose those communications and the substance of of the information received now on the record.
Chair Algauer,
None.
Vice Chair Hicks.
Now, I want to ask a question on this because when this came through the first time, I did have a meeting out on site with one of the local residents and actually Chair Algauer.
I was there too.
That was when it came through the first time. So at that time, there was a site plan for it, but that's the only thing we did was just met with a resident out there and looked at it.
Thank you. Commissioner Beck,
No.
Commissioner Chester.
I have spoken with the developer about the project as well. I don't know if that's what you're wanting me to disclose.
Yes, we'd want to know the substance of the information that you received.
So I had a few questions on the actual project site about some of the earthquake concerns and some of the plans. So I had asked him questions about that.
Commissioner Higginson.
Yes. I had a phone call last night from the developer. Kind of a number I had not seen before, so I picked it up. We chatted a little bit. The substance of it was more of I was still kind of going through all the information as far as provided to me, but that I would have questions for the applicant tonight.
Commissioner Snodgrass.
Yes, I've had extensive conversations with staff, and I had questions in the package, and I spoke with the developer to get clarification, and I mentioned that I'd like to see a reduction in the number of houses and that I didn't like the monument. But that was the extent of it.
Commissioner Vick.
Yes, also spoke with Craig just about general overview of the site plan and whatnot before it came down the pipe. And then I sat down with a resident, the north bench, before this ever came across the board, just to discuss issues that didn't arise with the current plan. They were more about the future commercialization of the area and the concerns with that, but they don't really pertain to the agenda item at hand.
Thank you.
All right, I'll begin. This will be, I'll try to be relatively quick since I do know we have a number of public speaker slips. So as noted, this is a case, well, the title, I have it wrong, 22-150 Planned Development, FDP, and the map. It's for a residential project or a preliminary development plan and final development plan, or TRAT map 20375, related to the development of 51 single-family lots, including those that are on parcels greater than 12,000 square feet and averaging over 20,000 square feet, 41 of which will be age-restricted to those over 55, and then as well as some letter lots for water quality basins and a combined 12-acre area as part of Lot 52, and a remainder lot that would be space for vineyards located on Yucaipa Ridge Road. So the property itself is located on a 52-acre vacant site east of Yucaipa Ridge Road at the northern city limits. The property itself is designated as RL1, which is rural living, 1 acre minimum gross lot size. It is within the city's custom home overlay district, and then as part of the surrounding uses, it does include low-density residential and a vineyard and winery directly north of the site. South and east is vacant land. To the west is single-family residential lots on 1 acre. And then there's also a United States Forest Service easement along Yucaipa Ridge Road that extends beyond the property to the county area. Now, I do want to provide just kind of a brief history. So the site has had developments proposed on it before, specifically TTM or tentative TRAT map 14297, which was approved by the county in 1989. As part of that development, it did include 33 single-family residential lots, as well as a 11.9 acre remainder parcel. The map itself had been expired and then kind of renewed a few different times through the history following city incorporation, with the most recent kind of action related to an extension completed in 2016. Now, as kind of surmise on some of the discussion, there was a prior project that's similar in nature, which was case number 20-136. This was a separate plan development for 51 single-family lots with 12,000 square feet minimum requirements, 16 of which would be age restricted. This project did go through the public hearing review process, specifically was reviewed at the Plan Commission on August 17, 2022, and then the City Council heard an appeal. Both times the project was denied. As part of the discussion with the decision makers at the time, the majority itself was supportive of the project intent to preserve areas for kind of beneficial uses, so having some vineyard space, green space associated with that activity. However, a lot of the concern came down to the transition between the subdivision and existing neighborhood, and as part of both hearings, suggestions were provided. As part of the agenda packet, the minutes from those respective meetings are provided just to give some additional context as well on what transpired during that review process. Now, as part of that, after the denial from City Council, the applicant did modify the project to address a lot of those concerns and kind of reconfigure the site design. And so there is kind of a nifty graphic that shows the juxtaposition of what was originally proposed on the 20-136 versus this 22-150 application. And so one of the key things that I'll kind of cover is some of the circulation design has changed, where before it had a looped around street that then jutted out at kind of in the middle of Yucaipa Ridge Road between Crystal and Court Street, and then a cul-de-sac down here, and then it was a pretty small landscape detention basin that would run along adjacent to Yucaipa Ridge Road. As part of the revised design, they did decide to loop around the existing street intersection, so Quartz and Crystal Street is the main thoroughfares for the project, rather than having a street go and dead end into existing residents, and then a private cul-de-sac, and then they have increased the boundary and buffer for a vineyard space adjacent to Yucaipa Ridge Road as well. And then as part of it, to address some of the lot sizes to add a little bit more space, they did increase the lot sizes and kind of loop them around on the north side of Crystal or for Quartz, and so it kind of goes along here. But generally, the project follows a similar footprint to what was previously proposed, but just reconfigured with those designs. As part of the project, it does include kind of the first step is a preliminary development plan. It includes 3 planning areas. Planning area A is 12 acres, which is specifically to allow for agricultural uses, so it'd be a proposed vineyard. The planning area B is the residential use, so it consolidates the residential zoning capacity into this area, kind of hidden behind the vineyards with this proposal. It does include 51 single-family lots, 41 of which will be age restricted. As part of the design to help kind of manage the transition, they had proposed the larger lots, about 20,000 square feet or greater, along this major thoroughfare or the connecting street, and then the cul-de-sac is the smaller lot, so they're completely contained within the subdivision. And then last area is 13 acres of natural open space, kind of at the north and southeast corner of the site. As part of the city's development code and in the general plan does identify the plan development review process. It is intended pursuant to the development code to facilitate development of properties where greater flexibility in design is desired to provide a more efficient use of land that would be possible through the strict application of land use district regulations. And then as part of the general plan itself, it does identify, facilitate the development of market rate and affordable housing through regulatory incentives, such as density bonus, permit processing, such as the plan development, and other incentives where feasible and appropriate. And so as part of it, the PD approach is the tool specifically listed in the city's general plan and development code to provide that needed flexibility. It does include required findings of approval that are listed in the agenda packet. I do also want to note, as part of it, the plan development provisions are a policy element, so this does require city council approval. And as part of it, you're assessing, do these policies or the standards that are proposed best implement the general plan? And then that's part of the decision for the preliminary development plan. I do want to note as well, as part of the project, so when they have submitted the plan development, they do have kind of some high arching goals. One is the development of single family lot, so it is RL1, which is 1 lot per gross acre. 52 acres, divide that by 1 is 52 lots, and so that was the basis for the residential capacity. They did want to avoid some of the key topographical features, including a drainage channel on the east side of the site, some of the change of elevation, as well as a fault risk area along the northern side. And then the last component was to provide opportunities for agrarian activities and kind of tying in with the Norcork winery that is located north of the subject site. Now, I do want to provide, I guess, kind of a history refresher of the city of Yucaipa. We actually do have a number of different planned developments that are in the city. I think the biggest one everyone is familiar with is Chapman Heights. That's a very comprehensive planned development that includes residential, commercial, and institutional uses. However, there has been a number of planned developments that are strictly for residential purposes. And so these are all kind of higher end neighborhoods within the city. I'm sure most people are familiar with them. And so one of the first ones is the one on the top is Stanley Ranch, tract 13831. This itself is designated as RL1, so it is a 1 acre land use district. However, it does have within the subdivision 20,000 square foot lots and then up to 5 acres along the periphery of it. As part of the composite development plan that is recorded on the city, as part of that map, it does say because of the lot size transfer that has occurred within this subdivision, all lots may not be further subdivided in the future. And so it does identify as part of that map recordation that there was a lot area transfer as part of that subdivision. Another one that is important is Mountain Gate, which is the one on Highway 38 near Bryant Street. This itself actually in the county general plan that we have record of from 1986 was actually zoned RL10, which is 10 acre minimum as part of the density. As part of the development itself, it is 20,000 square foot lots through the majority of the site. And then a large area of open space is owned by the Crafton Hills Conservancy in the state of California. As part of that land transfer that happened, I think with these different entities and with the adoption of the city's initial general plan in 92, it was a PD zone as part of it, but that was the transition that happened through that map recordation process. And then the last one is the reserve at Crafton, which is tract 12222. This is another one that is RL10 as defined by the general plan. The project itself does feature 10,000 square foot lots, and then the bulk as open space, and then does include some unique common amenities, including a clubhouse and pool. But these are existing plan developments that have been developed in the RL district within the city as part of the city's history. So this project itself, the final development plan does include kind of the concurrent application. So the plan development establishes the standards, and then the final development plan implements those standards. And since this is a single residential subdivision, it's all kind of one bid package. And so as part of it, it does include 51 single-family lots as identified per the plan development plan. It does include additional areas within the planning area. So lot 52 kind of shown along here along the west edge of the site is for the vineyard and kind of back here, and then the residential lots spread from there. As part of the project, it does include a number of different improvements. One is in frontage improvements to Yucaipa Ridge Road, so they are required to complete all the necessary frontage improvements along there. It does include widening along the project side. They do include, as part of the design, a 30-foot landscape stream bed. I do also want to note as that goes to north of the site, so north of the street connection, the Yucaipa Ridge Road, there's that US Forest Service easement. However, that easement is on a separately owned parcel, and so rather than connecting to it, they actually provide 40 feet of right-of-way on that side and will make those necessary improvements. That way, they're not relying on other property interests to provide that connection to the Forest Service. So we'll improve that road connectivity there. And then within the internal project, it does feature 50-foot right-of-way and 7-foot multi-purpose trails along it, and does also include a multi-purpose trail north of the residential uses, and that general alignment was reviewed by the Trails and Open Space Committee as part of the prior project and was deemed to meet the connectivity requirements that would tie into that greater area. The applicant did provide kind of a rendering showing the design of the site. So this is showing the corner at Crystal and Yucaipa Ridge Road, kind of going up, the change of elevation, the mountains in the background. In the foreground is the vineyards, landscaping, and other elements, and then kind of further in the background would be where the residential lots are from that vantage point. As part of the project review, an MND was prepared as part of the initial project. So the 20-136 was made available for public comment from July 15th to August 4th in 2022. No comments were received on that. However, as part of the review of that initial project, no action was taken on the the approval of that MND. And so with the project design changes, an additional analysis is provided in the agenda packet that kind of covers what's changed since then. So the MND that was prepared and not yet adopted included the analysis for what the project impacts would be. With these changes, it was assessing, are there anything that triggers new environmental impacts that requires recirculation or anything like that? And as part of the analysis, recirculation is not required. There was no new impacts identified, and the analysis merely clarifies or amplifies or makes insignificant modifications to that draft MND. And so as part of the environmental review, the Plan Commission and City Council would be approving the MND, the additional analysis that provides additional support to that, and then as well as the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Now, certainly, as we can tell by the large crowd behind me, a lot of public comments were received during this project notice period, including some template letters that were provided. Want to kind of go through some of the key elements, but I'll be pretty brief on it. One is certainly the discussion about the plan development and the lot sizes, kind of, 1 acre, 1 house, 1 acre. As part of the RL district and the general plan definitions, it is 1 lot per gross acre, not necessarily referring to net. And so a 43,560 square foot residential lot is not the requirement for the RL1 district. And then as identified previously, the plan development approach has been utilized for the RL1 and RL10 land use district in the city's history as well. And so it's been a rule that's been in place since the city incorporated in November of 1989. And really the discussion at the use of the PDP is more focused on, are the standards appropriate rather than is that tool appropriate, since it is a development code tool that's been in place since 1989. Some concerns also related to traffic. A lot of concerns with the 399 daily trips that were assessed as part of the 20-136 project, where there were only 16 senior units. The project has been revised to increase the number of senior units, and pursuant to the ITE, or Institute of Traffic Engineers, traffic manual, senior citizen residential projects generate less trips daily per capita or per unit than a standard family one. And so the trips that were part of the 399 was essentially less than 1 car a minute. And in this case, it's been further reduced with that new change. Another kind of key components that went through is access, making sure that there's points of access, especially in terms of emergency or just moving through the site. 2 points of access are provided to Bryant Street as part of the existing street network. And then there were some concerns that's provided in the agenda packet related to Juniper. And there is a condition of approval about a stop sign signal warrant analysis for that, that location. There was some concerns about sewer connection. The project itself is required to connect to Yucaipa Valley Water District sewer, so they will be implementing extensions of the sewer line up Bryant Street to their project site. However, as part of the connection, neighboring properties are not required to connect to it, so that was some of the concern was, hey, if we're having sewer in front of our street, or we don't have to connect to sewer rather than our septic tank that we have now? The answer is no, you don't have to connect to it. Generally about water usage, I do want to note as part of just kind of a high level activity, the project itself will be subject to both Title 24 and the city's water conservation ordinance to reduce kind of the per capita usage. And so it's going to be reduction of the water use per individual lot than what would otherwise occur. And then I do want to note as well, the Yucaipa Sub-Basin Ground Sustainability Plan does identify that we do have sufficient capacity. The Yucaipa Valley Water District is looking forward to hosting a special workshop with this Plan Commission as well as Cal Mesa as kind of a joint effort just to go over that plan and provide a little bit more details. And so that will be forthcoming to show kind of the water capacity that we do have. And a lot of it's attributed to a number of projects that the city in conjunction with partners have done to increase groundwater recharge, and certainly the recycled water line that the water district has implemented as well. And then kind of another component is large animals. The CCNRs that would be recorded for the property will identify that neighbors will have animals. They will have horses. And so that is something that you're buying into, and so that will be a requirement that those owners are disclosed that is there, and so therefore would not impact existing animal raising. And then kind of a last kind of few different things. One is some concern about fire risk. The project itself will be required to maintain the evacuation routes. They will also be required to comply with the California Fire Code, including the hydrants, materials, and other clearance items to address that. And then it is located pretty close to the Mill Creek Hotshots, as well as 2 miles from Fire Station 1 on Bryant Street. I do also want to note some of the concerns kind of bleed into the city's wine country planning specific plan efforts. I do want to note that this project is not a part of that specific plan or those standards. It is a similar goal to utilize the site for that and add vineyards for that kind of agrarian activity. It is different standards, as I've offered with different press releases in the meetings. Anyone that wants to talk to me about the Wine Country specific plan one-on-one, I am happy to do that. I love talking about planning, so anyone that wants to talk about anything zoning related, I'm happy to do that. And then Yucaipa Ridge Road, we did receive a comment from the neighbor further north about having the street frontage as the improvements and the right-of-way for Yucaipa Ridge Road are developed. They would like to see that easement or the right-of-way follow an existing easement along Yucaipa Ridge Road so that there isn't a kind of jagged line of here's where the public right-of-way is, here's where the easement is, and it's now going through private land. And so the property owner did agree to that change, and so that's listed in the conditions of approval as well. And now, as part of the project review, kind of a few different components is important for the Planning Commission to weigh. Certainly, this is a recommendation to the City Council. However, if you guys do deny the project, then the project is denied. It would have to be appealed to go to the City Council. Part of the action is really determining are the standards appropriate, and then adopting the PDP pursuant to the findings as listed in the city's development code. Following that is the concurrent action of the final development plan on those PDP standards, and then also the adoption of the CEQA documentation. So if the project is successful, there is a motion provided to recommend to the City Council that they adopt the resolution approving the preliminary development plan, approve the track map, the findings associated with those projects, and then adopt the MND and mitigation monitoring and reporting program and file a notice of determination. And then certainly if there is a motion to deny, they will provide a response to those plan development findings that have not been met, and then staff would modify the resolution for the denial of the project, and then also to deny the project and find that the project is exempt from CEQA for actions that are denied. And so that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I know the applicant is here, and I'm sure eager to talk as well.
Well, first, anybody have any, commissioners, you have any questions for staff at this time?
I do. It was brought up that the high fire risk in that area kind of nullified the SB 9 potential in that area. Like there's no allowable densification in high fire risk areas.
So, and I can leverage our city attorney as well, but the SB 9, in terms of the provisions and applicability, identifies a few different sections, and so it actually references to another code section. And so as part of the exemption for the high fire severity is if the city has adopted fire mitigation requirements, and so as part of the city's building code adoption, we do include mitigation requirements for our FR1 and FR2 fire zones, so it would meet that requirement for the mitigation as listed in state law.
I mean, I don't know what FR1 and FR2 fire designations are, so could you elaborate on?
So those are the fire designations as identified in the city's general plan. They follow kind of the state lines, but it's the high fire, and it's essentially the tier of one is kind of higher fire risk and one is the high fire risk. And so,
Well, how do those coincide with SB 9 and potential densification? I mean,
Excuse me, in SB 9, there are certain criteria for site eligibility. There's a list of sensitive sites that are excluded from SB 9, and one of those exclusions includes high fire areas. However, there's an exception to that exclusion. So all these exclusions, they reference other regulating agencies in their maps, and it gets very technical. For that particular exclusion, there is an exception when an agency has adopted mitigation measures for those zones. So to give you a shorter answer to your question, SB 9 would likely apply for the lots in that area unless there's some other exclusion that may apply particular to a parcel. They wouldn't be excluded based on the fire hazard.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead, Richard.
Can the age-restricted lots be changed at a later date? And if so, what's that process? And if they cannot be changed, who governs that? So that those lots can't be sold to someone under 55?
So for senior housing, the 55 and older requirement for senior housing developments is that there are at least 35 units, 80% of which are restricted to seniors. Oftentimes, that number may go up or down. If the development goes below that 80%, they will no longer be complying within the confines of state and federal law for that senior housing exemption. And when a project falls out of compliance with the senior housing exemption, then it becomes familial discrimination, because then you're discriminating against certain persons who may have families and they're not seniors, and you are no longer protected by the senior housing exemption because you don't meet the requirements. It is very technical, and to be perfectly honest with you, there are a series of regulations, both state and federal, and oftentimes they're very difficult to reconcile. It's on the developer to ensure that those requirements continue to be met. Our office would be reviewing any governing documents for a project that's representing itself as a senior housing development. But beyond that, enforcement would be through likely private civil action by individuals.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Oh, you got,
On the remaining parcels, on the vineyard areas that are shown in the open natural space, those are separate parcels?
Yes and no. So there is the lot 52, which is kind of along the Yucaipa Ridge Road side, and so that is its own separate parcel. And then the northern kind of area where there'll be additional vineyard spaces referred to as the remainder parcel, and so that would include both the vineyard and natural open space boundaries.
And so is there going to be a deed restriction on those that would prevent those from being developed in the future? Maintain either as open space or agricultural use?
That would be correct, and then as part of the PDP standard, so that's essentially the kind of the governing land use plan in that zone that's established, residential development would not be permitted.
Okay. And then you also said something about one of the other tracks that had a restriction on subdivisions?
Yes.
And so would this have a similar, so that you could not subdivide these lots in the future? Because under state law right now, you could subdivide a 20,000 square foot lot into 2 lots.
So there is a provision that's listed in the condition of approval related to the CCNRs to have a provision regarding the limitation for future subdivision.
Okay.
On that.
Chair, could I clarify something though? Because I want to be really clear about what the city's obligation is under SB 9. I don't want there to be any confusion pertaining to the bill, because I know up until this point it's been very confusing. Under SB 9, if a project or an application meets the requirements of the bill, the city is required to approve that application ministerially without a public hearing, without discretionary review, and without CEQA. Our only grounds for denying a qualifying application would be if the building official determines that there will be a specific adverse impact on public health and safety and no feasible method to mitigate that impact. If the project's not denied, it's a very difficult standard to meet. That's language borrowed from the Housing Accountability Act. It must be supported by a preponderance of the evidence. So that's the city's obligation. That being said, SB 9 is silent with regards to HOAs. There's no explicit language overriding an HOA's prohibition on SB 9. That's a separate issue from what the city's obligations are.
good, thank you.
I'm not sure I totally,
I have a question. Does that include ADUs?
Does, which one include, sorry, I just want to make sure I understand your question.
So if you can't add any more housing, does that include ADUs? Because I know there's separate provisions to add ADUs to existing lots.
So under state law currently, in an HOA cannot prohibit the construction of ADUs or impose any requirements that make it infeasible to construct ADUs. Initially, when ADU law went into effect in 2016 and 2017, it too was silent on HOAs. And then in 2019 and 2020, the state came back with cleanup legislation to make sure that it was explicitly clear that an HOA could not prohibit ADU development.
so the only thing we can prohibit through the conditions would be subdivisions, but not ADUs, correct?
We could not prohibit ADUs. The HOA would, or whatever governing body for this development would not be able to prohibit ADUs.
Okay. I just want to go back to your last statement, your comment.
I know, I
because
saw your face.
I was
I
not
can
clear on that
provide
at all.
further clarification. So just to say it more simply, SB 9 imposes an obligation on the city to approve qualifying SB 9 projects under state law.
And for the purposes of this, what is a qualifying project?
So a qualifying project would, there's certain eligibility requirements for the property itself. So it needs to be in a single-family zone or a zone that's primarily a single-family residential use. It has to be on a site that is not excluded from the eligible site list in the bill. So that means that it's a site that's not in a sensitive area, like a wildlife habitat, a floodplain, high fire zone. Like I said earlier, there are exceptions to those exclusions. And then there's other requirements that go to the actual details of the project that are being proposed. So for like a lot split, you can do a 60-40, you wouldn't be able to do a 70-30, and the resulting lots would have to be at least 1,200 square feet. And then for the two-unit residential developments, there's also certain requirements. So it is there's a lengthy list of boxes that need to be checked for an application to be approved.
So we're talking about the senior component then? Is that specifically, or the overall project?
You're looking at the overall project, and the overall project has, the applicant is representing it as the senior housing development where 80% of the units are restricted for seniors.
Okay, so basically, we have to have some pretty good grounds to deny a project like this.
No, so ordinarily, when you get into, because as you guys know, the state's limited your discretion on a lot of matters. For this particular application, there is no state law that would require you to make additional findings. Ordinarily, the state law that may be triggered would be the Housing Accountability Act. And under the Housing Accountability Act, if a project meets the city's objective standards, you would not be able to deny that project or require that it be constructed at a lower density without making additional written findings. That the project would pose a specific adverse impact on public health and safety, and that there's no feasible method available to avoid that impact other than to deny the project or require that it be constructed at a lower density. It's that high standard I mentioned earlier. So it essentially makes it very difficult for you to make the requisite findings to deny a project when it meets the city's objective standards. This project does not meet the city's objective standards.
Okay.
The purpose of the plan development application is to ask for flexibility and approval for the deviation from the city's standards.
Okay, thank you.
Peggy, are you fine with that? No, are you good with that?
Everybody,
Sorry. Earlier you mentioned that it was if a lot area transfer in a subdivision would preclude any future subdividing of that subdivision. So does that stop SB 9 from subdividing a half-acre lot like was mentioned before? because this is a lot area transfer because of the conservation easement piece of it?
I didn't quite hear. So the conservation limitations would be related to the residential lots.
Right.
And so in that case, the lot 52, the remainder or the remainder lot could not be subdivided for residential uses. I think the discussion with SB.
I think, so that, I understand the easement, but the houses, because of the way this is being done, does it preclude any future subdividing on the residential lots?
Not from the city's perspective. As I noted, we do have condition number 93, which places on the CCNR, so that'd be where as the city attorney identified, would be on kind of the private side where they would have that limitation. And so if state law changes it, then it'd be there. SB 9 does have a number of other standards that do apply, and so without really kind of knowing the specifics of a lot that's being proposed on SB 9, there's some limitations there. SB 9 itself is not meant for developers. It's only if you're the owner of the lot that's subject to SB 9, so it isn't like the developer as a entity could go and then re-subdivide the properties. That's not how SB 9 is structured. And then as part of the site design, so if you have lots, as the assistant city attorney said, it does require at least a kind of a 60-40 split. The city's interim ordinance has a more strict requirement, and so if you're gonna do an SB 9 split, the lots have to be about the same size, and so if the house is placed in a spot that precludes the ability to make that lot, then you wouldn't be approved in that case either. But we're talking about a few different levels of hypotheticals that would all have to kind of align on that front.
But wouldn't that be similar to the Stanley Ranch project? Because within the Stanley Ranch project, there was also, because of the lot size transfer, they couldn't split the lot. So wouldn't it be similar to that project?
That was how it was structured at that time. SB 9 is a new law, and so it would kind of change how that was structured at the time. At least from the city's approval authority.
I have one more question. So Ben, as far as historically, as the need for additional housing comes along and we see this interest in ADUs and lot splits, do you have any kind of data on how many people have actually done an SB 9 lot split in the city recently? And where those general areas have been?
We haven't had any come through.
Okay.
We did have, in anticipation of SB 9 going into effect, we did have a number of kind of property owners reach out to us about SB 9. By and large, those were on some of the larger lots where they did have a lot, predominantly vacant land behind the lot, and so they're essentially kind of looking at, from a maintenance perspective, I'm mowing back here, I'm doing the weed abatement stuff, I'm getting my letter from the county fire ever so frequently, and so those were the ones that did approach us with it. So far, we haven't seen any traction since then, but tomorrow is always a new day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are we good? Okay, did the applicant wish to make a presentation or representative? Oh.
Thank you, Chairman, Planning Commissioners. My name is Travis Heaps. This is my father, Craig, and we are handling the representation for this project. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to staff and particularly Ben. That staff report was pretty detailed and there was a lot to read through, and so he's working very hard on this, so we appreciate all of that. I just want to kind of touch on a couple of those questions that were being asked, just add a little bit of input. So a homeowners association will be formed to handle all of the reporting requirements and to handle, to making sure that each of the units are being sold to of age, and that those that mix of 80%, 20% is being maintained throughout it. And then, like they had mentioned, if anything comes of that, or if they start renting out to families, below that number that they're allowed to have, then they're open to litigation And as you can imagine, as sensitive as this project is, there's gonna be a lot of eyes on this to make sure that it is being taken care of. Additionally, SB9 ADUs, those are things that are available across the city. That's available to every single-family property in the city of Yucaipa. It is intended for individual homeowners. It's not a tool for developers to be able to increase it. There are certain things in place as far as you can't have contiguous ownership in order to be able to subdivide a property. So each person, like I said, you can't have contiguous ownership in order to do it. So it's not something that is available for us, and it's not something that we are proposing. It is something that is available citywide, statewide. There's nothing that we really have control over that. So I just keep that in mind as you're looking at this project, and just know that it affects everywhere. So Ben did a very thorough job in his presentation. So some of this might be redundant, so please bear with me on some of this. So this is our second time coming to Planning Commission for this. Some new faces, some old faces, and so we have, it is 52 acres, and we're proposing 51 single-family homes. There will be 41 units that are dedicated to senior citizen age 55 and older. There will be 25 combined acreage of open space and agricultural land, and we have an expected home value that range around $1 million. I gave you the... Oh, cool. Thank you. So a little bit of background. So prior to this project, tentative tract map number 14297 was previously approved for 33 lots with a minimum lot size of 1 acre. And the lots spanned a large majority of the property. Tentative map 14297 was originally approved in 1996, and the 27 years since, a number of developers have attempted to complete the project. But due to the limitations of large lots, nothing of substance ever took off. Fast forward to 2019, and the city began looking into the possibility of creating a viticultural overlay to encourage viticultural operations in the North Bench area, and began working on the Wine Country Specific Plan. The Wine Country Specific Plan proposal is to blend agricultural operations in with single-family residential by allowing less than 1 acre minimum lot sizes, even lots as small as 10,000 square feet, and grouping the homes to a condensed portion of the site while allowing the remaining land to be dedicated for various crop cultivation. Upon hearing the city was trending towards this direction, and the proposed project's proximity and similar site characteristics, it seemed natural for the property owner to follow suit and mirror the Wine Country Specific Plan. We met with city staff and received encouragement to proceed. So some of the changes, so the original proposal had a vineyard entirely at the north end of the project site with residential lots abutting Yucaipa Ridge Road. At the previous public hearings, Councilmember Thorpe and then Commissioner Markarian both suggested the idea of shifting the vineyards towards Yucaipa Ridge Road to provide a softer transition from the existing homes to the west and the proposed residential lots to the east. This new design utilizes this change, which we believe makes the project better overall as a whole. So with the the previous design had 30 feet of separation between Yucaipa Ridge Road and the proposed residential lots. The new proposal has 170 feet of distance between the nearest residential lot and the right-of-way along Yucaipa Ridge Road. You have an additional, there will be a total of 220 feet between the other side of Yucaipa Ridge Road to the property line, plus you got another 30 to 40 feet before you reach the residential structure. So in total, there is more than 250 feet of separation between the closest residence and the closest proposed lot. To help visualize this change, we prepared a rendering that kind of gives you an idea of what this will look like. So if you were to, from Yucaipa Ridge Road, if you're looking east, this is what you'll see. This is from the south corner of of Yucaipa Ridge Road. This kind of gives a better idea really of that separation. As you can see, the residence here, and then you don't get to a residence until you get all the way back down here. The previous design had lots that ranged in size from 12,787 square feet to 23,759, and had an average of 15,622 square feet. The new design has lots that range from 12,092 square feet to 48,373, with an average of 20,635 square feet. The project still maintains the 12,000 square foot minimum lot size. However, the smaller lots are centrally located, which are insulated by the vineyard and the larger lots at the periphery. There are 14 lots that are less than 20,000 square feet. Of those lots, those 14 lots, they average 13,267 square feet. Excluding the 14 lots, the average lot size is 23,418 square feet. It should be noted that the wine country specific plan does also allow for lots that are up to 10,000 square foot lots. And there were some concerns in the public comments, specifically regarding the narrower than standard R01 lot sizes. Where the project interfaces along Yucaipa Ridge Road, if the lots were to abut this road, it would make sense to have these larger property lines because it helps as that consistency since you have the lots directly across the street. But with the buffer of this vineyard, the lot widths are not going to be evident by those living adjacent to the project or those driving along Yucaipa Ridge Road. I mean, when they drive Yucaipa Ridge Road, they're going to see the existing homes that they see, and they're going to see vineyards. They would have to drive through the proposed development in order to be able to see what those lot widths look like. So looking towards the circulation, the previous design extended Court Street as a looping road that then outlet onto Yucaipa Ridge Road. The proposal has now been designed to kind of allow a more natural transition with a cul-de-sac at the center as opposed to outletting on Yucaipa Ridge Road. This removes any possibility of any headlights protruding into any of the neighbors' residences. And then, like Ben had mentioned, there's an additional right-of-way that's being dedicated at the northern end of the site to help satisfy the neighbors as well as make a better transition to the northern neighbors. The project has been changed as far as the number of seniors. Like we said, he's going from 16 to 41. The previous design had 399 average daily trips, and with the increase in seniors, that anticipated traffic number has reduced to 271 trips. So this equates to about 20 peak hour trips. Peak hour trips count for when you leave and when you come back, right? And there's a certain hour, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head which hour that is, but if you had 10 people leave to go to the store and they come right back, that's your 20 trips. And then it should also be noted that if this project had no seniors, the trips would increase to 481. And so there has been a lot of conversation about changing the zone and amending the general plan. And I just want to be very clear that this proposal is a plan development and not a general plan. The plan development application provides the mechanism that's being utilized to modify the development standards. When establishing the general plan, the city looks at its inventory of land and calculates the total build-out capacity, the total number of homes that could be built within the city. The build-out capacity is used for CEQA to determine possible impacts throughout the community, as well as to establish mitigation measures, mitigation addressed in the various elements of the general plan. This means our schools, our roadway network, and our police and fire, they all use this number to determine the level of service that's necessary for the community. And then the second part, this is the land use description from the general plan regarding rural living. The rural living is described as one dwelling unit per one gross acre. For this property, the city anticipates 52 homes to be constructed. 51 homes are proposed. If the R01 land use district standards were strictly applied, we would only be able to develop 33 lots due to the topographical constraints. However, the general plan anticipates 52 homes, which suggests that there are methods to get there. So within the general plan, under the regulatory framework, city codes and standards are a basic regulatory framework that cannot address every situation. Recognizing this, the city offers tools such as plan developments, specific plans, and variances to offer flexibility to said codes and standards. It is even the goal of the general plan, HN 3.3 housing incentives, to offer plan developments to facilitate the development of housing. So what is a plan development? The plan development is intended to provide a more efficient use of the land than would be otherwise possible through strict application of the land use district regulations. A plan development is not a change to the general plan, but rather a tool offered by the general plan, just like the conditional use permit or tentative tract map, that is intended for projects faced with physical constraints. The property is zoned as Rural Living 1 and will remain as Rural Living 1. So as I mentioned with the physical constraints, at the northern end of the site, there is a protected, there's a hillside overlay district that protects the hillside. There's also a potential fault zone running along the northern portion of the site. And with that, there is a 100-foot kind of buffer, which is called the restricted use zone, which limits the ability to be able to construct anything within that. So no habitable structures or homes could ever be built within that area. Additionally, there are several drainage courses that traverse the site, including a protected waterway along the southeastern corner of the property. And so overlaid onto the previous, so this is the previously approved tentative tract map 14297. So you'll see the residential lots cover a majority of the property, leaving small amounts of open space. The lots would be located within the protected hillside, within most of the drainage courses, and even the jurisdictional feature at the southeast corner of the property. And then you would also have homes that are taking their access directly off Yucaipa Ridge Road. The new design utilizes the plan development application to modify the development standards to condense the residential lots to a central portion of the property and away from the physical impediments. The new design is able to provide large amounts of open space and areas for agriculture than would be otherwise possible. So looking again at the land use description for rural living, it is described as areas for rural development where single-family residential is the primary use, along with conservation of open space, watershed, and habitat areas. It also includes areas where animal uses, agriculture, and compatible uses may coexist or be permitted, and a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per 1 gross acre. While the development standards for RL1 require 1 acre lot sizes, the RL district as a whole is defined or is described by the total density that can be achieved and its intent to blend single-family residential with open space, agriculture, and animal raising. So looking at them side by side, what makes more sense? The one that has over 25 acres dedicated for open space and agricultural area, or the one that takes up the majority of the property and doesn't provide much. By utilizing the plan development offered by the general plan, Serrano Estates will provide a project that better adheres to the intent of the R01 land use district of conserving open space and allowing animal/art and agricultural uses while also meeting the city's anticipated build-out. And so that concludes my presentation. We are open for questions if you have any.
Chair?
Okay.
Chair?
Any Commissioners have any?
Excuse me, Chair, if I may, I just want to remind everyone that under the city's rules of decorum, unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, clapping, whistles, yells, and similar demonstrations that are disruptive are prohibited. So we'd ask that the members of the audience refrain from such behavior because it does interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting. And I just want to remind the chair that if any member of the audience continues that behavior, they may be asked to leave.
Okay. With that, anybody have any questions for the applicant?
I do.
Go for it.
I probably have a fairly comprehensive question, and hopefully, because I'm not sure you can answer it, but I just want to put it out there. In looking at, I don't know if we can put this plan obviously is kind of the one that I have the most concern on. It's just, have you considered the sight lines from the street? And obviously, when I was looking at the section that was presented to me in the track map and the landscape, obviously we're about 38 feet above, I think the average above the Yucaipa Ridge Road. I may be wrong, but I'm not a civil engineer, I'm an architect, and so I think more abstract. But in looking at that, the landscape plan has trees planted along the drainage ditch. They also have trees planted at the top of the slope. I'm pretty sensitive to sight lines. I'm pretty sensitive to if I'm living across the street and I have a wonderful view of the mountains and they're all covered with snow right now. Has that been considered or looked at as far as from the standpoint of affecting that? Because that's obviously a consideration in the mitigating negative deck, that we're not affecting sight lines of the neighborhood or that. So that's my first question.
Yes, so that has been considered, and as a part of this, this proposal, we are not proposing an architectural review at this time. When this does come back to the Planning Commission for when the architectural review does come, it will also include the conceptual landscape, and we will make sure that we put an emphasis on providing some trees to help kind of create that line of sight.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is we're not trying to disrupt it, because I know it's a sensitive issue, and again, this is a beautiful area. I've driven around it. Obviously, the mountains are part of, I think, what creates that neighborhood feel. So if this is not the time to do that, then that's something I do want to have considered in the project development in that next phase.
Absolutely.
And I don't know how much time, am I on a 3-minute time limit too?
No.
You're gonna turn the red light on me?
Didn't push the button.
So I think I've spent many waking hours on this project over the last 3 days. So one of the things I look at too, and I was reading this in the mitigating negative deck, it's on page 31, it discusses the use of hazardous materials. And I researched that a little bit because again, I'm not into farming or anything like that, but in the case of a vineyard, it states that pesticides and fungicides will be used in the maintenance of the vineyards. It also states that to help protect adjacent residents, it's recommended that a 100-foot buffer be provided. So when I was looking at that, it says it appears that this may be provided with the existing homeowners along Yucaipa Ridge Road. But the upper level, obviously the upper pads are within that 100-foot buffer. So I'm concerned about that. And again, maybe my fellow commissioners who is more into viticulture than I am may need to address that, or that may need to be looked at. But obviously I'm concerned about the potential for that in a runoff situation or things like that. Vineyards need to be taken care of. They're subject to insects and mold and everything else. So, and even on the north side where it looks like the plan indicated that there was a 100-foot buffer between the edge of the vineyard and it looks like the wall of the residence. So that may be what I'm assuming is that particular, maybe identifying that. But again, my observations in regards to really this issue, and it's just one issue, but there's a multitude of things that I'm trying to consider in reviewing this project. The two most common pesticides and fungicides used in growing grapes, I guess, were metalaxyl and phosphorus acid. So I need some clarification on the toxicity of that and really what's involved with that, because obviously we're imposing that element into an existing neighborhood. Now I know this is kind of agriculture on farming and things like that anyway. But obviously, we're creating vineyards that are going to be maintained, are going to be cared for with that element. So for the required clearance to the residents to the west, is there a possibility that due to that severe slope on that vineyard, will the chemicals leach into the drainage channel and possibly accumulate over the years? I don't know what the dissipation rate is for chemicals, but is that something that we need to consider from an environmental standpoint for this project? Because right now it looks like we may have that 100-foot buffer, we may not for the residents across the street. Again, this is in the mitigating negative deck. So in the new parcels at the top of the slope, this is another item that are in the 100-foot zone, how are these future residents going to be protected? So those parcels that are adjacent to that west side, they're within probably 20 feet of that vineyard. Again, I'll keep going and then hopefully you can kind of address that for me. Because again, all these questions kind of pertain to this concern I have. And even though the required buffer zone at the north side is shown, what precludes from somebody, putting in a pool or having their children or their pets in the backyard, and all of a sudden this potential for that buffer zone is compromised? It's one thing to say it's to the building line, but now we have this buffer zone encroaching into private residents' backyards. So obviously looking at how we mitigate that. And I don't know whether your environmental engineer possibly addressed that and if that's a secondary thing, but obviously it really has, I think, me concerned as far as just what that potential is. And again, I'm not a viticulturist, and again, I'm not into that, but when I look at projects, even from an architect standpoint, my responsibility is look at all possible potential hazards that could be affecting the site or a development. So I don't know if you can answer that or you need more time, but that was within the mitigated negative deck. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. When this originally started in the AVA process, and it was brought forward, it was assumed that there would be 200-foot and 300-foot buffers between the vineyards, and it was because they harvest at night because of lights, because of chemicals, et cetera, et cetera. When people got more into it and went and visited vineyards and so forth, they realized that in many, many locales up in Livermore and Paso Robles and so forth, there are actual vineyards that coexist with houses. They're right up next to them where the vineyards are. It became less of an issue. There's enough room here that if it's decided that there is an issue with the pesticides or whatever, that we can move the vineyards back to create more of a setback to make sure we don't have a problem. But I'm guessing that Cesar Roldan, when he comes up here, not to pass the buck, but we're gonna probably talk a little bit more about that. As someone who's planting vines in the city of Yucaipa and has experience in that, he's probably he's gonna be much more in tune with how the pesticides work out or what they use these days and how that works out. So if hopefully during the public comment, he can give you an answer to that, or he can touch on that. I know he's here and speaking, but we certainly can set back from the vineyards a little bit more if we need to and just reduce some of the vineyard area.
Okay. Well, and I guess I'm looking at Craig, and again, I appreciate the response. From the standpoint of the west side, obviously, you throw 100-foot, or again, if somebody can address that, that's my concern. And again, I like the idea of the setback. I like the idea of the agricultural buffer. I think it contributes to the benefit of the project. But again, I went through most of what the items were in the mitigating negative deck. That one stood out to me as I had the most concern over.
You got it. And then, so you know, this view isn't from the curb at the side of the street. It's actually set back further. It's actually from where we see the front door from the neighboring property going up. That's number one. Number two, we had made some changes to the plan because we have a conceptual site plan, but not a real conceptual site plan, or not something that's going to be coming. The conceptual site plan will be coming with the design review package that still has to come before Planning Commission. I'm sorry, the landscape plan, along with the conceptual housing, or the houses and everything else, still have to come before the design review. So that'll all be coming forward.
Well, and I realize that, but obviously this is the first step, and from an approval standpoint, we're looking at approving the concept of the sites, and taking to that level, you know, if it's going to go forward, is really looking at, you know, how this project is developed. We're in essence giving, you know, approval that says, hey, we're okay with the layouts and the configurations and things like that. So the next step obviously is the design review, and the finite details go into that. But, you know, leaving this body to say, yeah, we're okay with it, I just want to be able to express that and go on record as those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Higginson, if I could also point out, over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Who's talking to?
As part of all of our CUP, our larger development projects, this project will be required to complete and develop a water quality management plan. I know one of your concerns was introduction of pesticides into the water system. And you can see just south of that drainage channel that you were a little concerned about is a basin that does serve as a filtration site. And so we will review their WQMP, their final WQMP, to determine that they're not introducing any dirty water into our stormwater system.
Well, and I understand that. I understand what WQMP is. And again, part of that is in understanding runoff and understanding that. I think another concern was, and again, I appreciate that the city staff and engineers will review that. And from the initial design of that, we're talking about, yes, it's mitigating that and it's addressing that. In my experience in WQMP and retention basins and all those items, they have to be maintained and obviously to be effective even after a few years. I'm looking at the ongoing runoff from a vineyard and those potentials that may or may not be, and again, the filtration may be isolated at one corner. So in essence, it's going on record saying whatever that is mitigated at. We also have runoff that's going to be going probably to the east of this property into a protected watershed area. So I don't think there's any retention basins in the back of this. So from the standpoint of having to address that or having to, how the city approaches that, I think I want to just go on record. And I'm sure that you're more than capable of addressing that. But again, those are my concerns just from the standpoint.
Well, I'm sure now that you've noted it, that the city staff will really look at that when we do the WQMP. And as far as the waterway on the south side of the property, it's all houses between there and where the vineyards actually are. The vineyards in the front have a basin on the other side as well that will be on that side. But yeah, no, that's noted, and we will work with staff to make sure that that is taken care of. So,
thank you.
I have a few questions. What percentage of the property taxes from the homes will go to the schools because of the senior component?
So school fees are $8 per square foot for regular residential houses, for single-family residential. They are 71 cents per square foot for senior houses. So it's there's less of an impact in the schools, but there's less of a fee. It's more of the commercial fees that are paid, the 71 cents.
And who's going to be managing the vineyards to make sure that they're taken care of?
So they're forming an LLC between Preston Todd, North Cork Winery, and the owner of this project. And in fact, that's probably the first thing that happens. But they are, Preston will be managing, so North Cork Winery will be managing these. We'll have ownership.
Just two more questions. Will the current residents that are currently on septic, will they be able to tap into this new sewage system?
Wherever those sewage lines goes, they'll be able to tap into it at their discretion. It's up to them, but they won't be forced to do it, no.
And have you considered the Juniper concern to have either a stoplight or a stop sign? Have you guys considered that in this project?
We're basically all in on doing a study to determine if it's necessary. And if it's necessary, we'll work with the city to make sure it happens.
And it's something that has been conditioned as well.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Richard, you have anything you want to?
On the 41 homes that are going to be 55 and older, down the road, when, if they can't sell those houses because of 55 years, if, you know, they can't find anybody 55 years or older that want to spend $1 million on a house in a neighborhood that looks like it's going to be a family-style neighborhood, what are the plans?
Well, I would say to you that if you're going to afford $1 billion home up in that community, you're probably going to be 55 and older. And that's one of the reasons why the developer's willing to go to that 55 and over constraint, because it may affect you in a small way for your buyer's pool, but I don't think it's going to affect in a large way, because to be able to afford those homes and to move into what probably will be more of a retirement area than it will be a multifamily or a single family area, you probably need to have substantial savings or income or retirement money to be able to do that.
Okay.
There you go, Tony. You got a place to move. Go ahead. You have any?
I guess it just adds to Richard's, but these zoning concessions requested in the PDP are kind of for the city to gain something that it believes it needs. And Mountain Gate was graded in 2007, and technically getting less for the same amount of money in this community. And after 16 years, that's at half capacity. So are we really getting something we need when Street A's north sides, some of the usable flat spaces are less than 7,000 square feet because of the cluster of these homes are ate up by mass quantities of slopes? So when you say we need it, so there's concessions per the PDP, I just want to hear the justification of like how that calcs out.
A lot of the justification for the reason why this has been done the way it's been done is because, as you know, the initial senior housing project was for 16 houses? 16 houses. That's not something we could do. We either had to go all single family or we had to do 80% senior. The advantage to seniors, there's less traffic, which is one of the big concerns that everybody had was traffic. And there was under 300 trips a day as opposed to almost 500 trips a day as single family residential. So we could go one way or the other. In this case, the decision was made that we didn't feel like we were limited our the people that could buy on the project by doing the senior family, and so we made the decision to go to 80% senior family. It had nothing to do with really with lot size or anything else. We were heading that direction anyway as far as the lot sizes go.
Well, as you know, the PL's top of slope.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you're technically getting, I guess, to say that we're making these concessions to give the city something it needs when 17 years has passed by of a half-capacity community that's less than 2 miles away. Is this density level needed? Or can there be concessions to reduce the amount of houses and still make margins for the developer?
So you're talking about Mountain View?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that you're talking two completely different projects, the two. I would say that this is a housing tract that is completely different than the one over there. That one has some larger lots, up to 5 acres. They've got some smaller lots. They've got, what, half-acre lots, I think?
I think they have a 2-acre lot is the largest.
Okay, so 2-acre then, yeah. I mean, I don't spend that much time. I know I looked at that thing many years ago to look at and see if I could do something with it, and didn't come up with anything I thought I could do with it. I think it's completely different. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, and also, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's also a lot sale project as opposed to this, which is to be completed in a singular phase for all the houses to be constructed, as opposed to Mountain Gate where as you want to buy a lot, then they start the construction for it.
I agree, but still is an indicator of how homes will sell as they're built. Because as you know, developers build in phases. Just because it's going to be built out in its entirety in a certain amount of time doesn't mean that every house is built as soon as the ground is broken. So it's kind of a moot point to make that distinction between the two, no?
I mean, you're in development, you know that you're right, they do it in phases. A project like this, they would usually do 10 at a time to do the phases of it, to do the 51 homes. It's like any project that gets built anywhere, you just don't know when you're gonna sell your houses or how soon you're gonna sell them. You have your reports, you have your absorption studies and everything else, and our absorption studies tell us that this is gonna sell out. And as far as lower lots, we have a planned development that puts us in a position through the general plan to be able to do 51 houses or even 52 houses on 52 acres. And this is how it's designed out and how the developer wants to do it, and the builder wants to do it.
Okay.
All right, Peggy, you have something?
Again, by being quiet, everybody asked all my questions already.
No.
So,
Okay, Mr. Hicks? Okay, we've pretty well taken that apart. So with that, public comments.
Thank you. We'll do the public comments. Maria will read them. She's gonna read like 3 of them at a time, just so that the people can queue. I know that we do have, I think, a little over about 30 public comments of people that want to speak. Or 34 that want to speak, and then there are 36 public comments that were received where they do not wish to speak, but just identify their opposition to the project. But we will go through those that want to speak. But again, we'll read through 3 at a time. So if those that are in the audience can kind of queue up through that way we can help facilitate a orderly and timely process.
Did you want to take a break or just go right into this?
That would be a judgment call for you guys. If we want to take a...
What? Okay, we're just gonna take a short break then. My commissioners need to use the facilities. Okay, we'll resume our commission meeting. What's wrong with it? It's on. Okay, there we go. With that, I guess we just move into public comments, Ben?
Yes, Maria is coming back, but she was looking for...
Oh, I see, okay.
Left a comment slip for her. Okay. And so Maria will read off 3 names, so we do request again that people try and queue up, just because I know that there's a lot of public comments, and I'm sure everyone would like the opportunity to provide their testimony, and so, yep.
Okay.
Okay, the first 3 are Melanie Martindale, Dr. John Chavez Sousa, and Anthony Peralta.
My name is Melanie Martindale, and I am a citizen of Yucaipa. I moved here in August 1994 and have enjoyed both growing up here as well as raising my family here. I have come here tonight to express my support for the proposed Serrano Estates housing plan for the North Bench area. Agricultural housing is a beautiful way to preserve our small town feel while also meeting the state's demands for growth. While I understand some of our citizens oppose such a plan due to the current 1-acre zoning, it is both unreasonable and a fallacy to assume that it should remain that way forever. As our city grows and changes, so will the city's general plan and zoning. While we do not want warehouses or large box stores in our city, we do want housing on manageable sized lots and to maintain our rural and agricultural roots. We want people to come to Yucaipa and love Yucaipa as we love Yucaipa. And this is what this plan will bring. People who want to live in Yucaipa, all because of its unique ability to maintain its hometown feel while still growing as a city. This plan will also bring improved water access and pressure to not only the new homes, but also the homes already present, beautiful vineyards, improved roads, amongst other things that the citizens have spoken about before. This plan will be able to positively impact these concerns and possibly be able to elevate them. The consequences of not approving this plan is the opposite. The state has the right to come in and, despite our best efforts, take over and build houses as they wish to do it. If they do that, we will no longer have a say in how our community looks and feels. The state is looking at numbers while we are looking at our community's needs and wants. While I do understand the emotional reaction to such a plan, and I understand the fears of those who live in the community, I do think that we must look years down the line. We need to look where Yucaipa will be in 5, 10, or even 15 years. A plan like this allows us to slow the state's building demands being placed on us, keeping the rural feel of Yucaipa with the agriculture built into the neighborhood, and allows the city council and city planning commission and the city citizens to maintain control over how and when we build based on our own community's needs. I will conclude with this. The compromise this plan brings is needed if we want Yucaipa to continue to grow in the manner which we enjoy. Sometimes change can be uncomfortable and even distressing, but in the end, it is what's best for our city and its citizens. Change can be good and beneficial to all, but we must look beyond our own wants and needs to see that. Please approve the Serrano Estates Housing Plan.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm usually pretty loud, though.
There you go.
All right, Mr. Commissioner, esteemed members of the commission. My name is John Souza. I serve as the duly appointed president of the Green Valley Foundation of Southern California. Now, why am I here? I'm not a resident of Yucaipa, but our foundation over the last 7 years has expressed an interest in building this area into an area that is beneficial to everyone. Our mission in the Green Valley Foundation of Southern California is to aid in increasing the quality of life in the Green Valley, which we've identified as Redlands, Yucaipa, Oak Glen, Mentone, and so forth, the surrounding communities. We want to do this through what we call highest and best use of the land for economic development that benefits all. And like my prior speaker said, this is something that would benefit a great number of people in terms of economic development. Inevitability of the housing is something that we have to be cognizant of because that will happen, that's the trend that's happening in the state. We like to believe that development can be done in conjunction with agricultural improvements and the use of agriculture that works harmoniously with development. And this idea of this development of Serrano Estates does just that. We believe it accomplishes just that at the foundation, where you have agriculture, you have open space, a significant amount dedicated, and you have, of course, the equestrian trails and the use that people can take advantage of that and really enjoy the community as a whole. We just want to share our support of this project simply because it serves to us as a way of taking the use of agriculture and helping people understand you can learn from that. We can bring, our goal in the foundation, for example, is to bring folks from the local colleges and universities to say, hey, we have a site that is pleasant, it's beautiful. We can go out there and look at it, we can study it, we can go and learn. One of our goals is to introduce a viticultural studies program along with other partners in the community. We're in conversations with the University of Redlands in the bio department. We can study different things like the use of the pesticides and so forth. Those things can be mitigated and dealt with in a way that future generations can benefit from it. I've been a resident of the Inland Empire now. I live in Mentone. I've been there my families have been there for 120 years, literally. I mean, literally that long. So we have roots here. And like the previous speaker said, it's going to change inevitably. It's going to change regardless. So why not have a way of making it change that's harmonious and beneficial to all? We have our slogan in our foundation is one destination, one family, one heart, many unique experiences. Our Green Valley Foundation fully supports this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, commissioners and honorable chairman. My name is Anthony Peralta, and I live on 13th Street in Yucaipa. The reason I'm up here, obviously, is to talk about Serrano Estates. This project was brought into Planning Commission last year, August of 2022, like Ben said. One of the main concerns was the traffic, bringing in 399 trips. When it got denied, we went back to work and significantly reduced that number to 270 trips. So it's not a one-sided affair. We're listening to the concerns of the people and trying to address those issues. But basically the point I'm trying to make is we're listening and we're addressing those issues, and we're trying to find a middle ground so we can get this thing approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ray Snodgrass, Ross McGinnis, and Ryan Agadoni. Please come up.
Thank you, Ray. If you could give us your name and address for the records.
Ray Snodgrass, North Bench, resident. I want to point out something that is rather sobering to the commission. Many of the undeveloped properties in this part of the city, the North Bench, are owned by limited liability corporations, limited partnerships, or investment groups. Here are some I've found via the tax assessor website that is public information. Yucaipa 52 Limited Liability Corporation, Rich Wine Country Limited Liability Corporation, 73 Partners Limited Partnership, Cherry Croft Heights number 1 through 50, W&P Investments, Ambridge Limited Liability LLC, Coy Builders Incorporated, Casablanca Partners Limited Liability Corporation, Billy Ella Limited Liability Corporation. Those I've just listed above include about 1,000 acres of vacant land, which is almost all RL, rural living zoned. At some point in the future, these areas will build out. At some point, we have the opportunity to guide the future development of these properties by assuring as much as 50% of the land to open space and agriculture. This project includes both and is a great beginning of such an effort. I do not want to see any more houses built on these lands. However, I know there will be. If we keep blocking these planned developments, which do not require zone changes and are adhering to the strict guidelines of the general plan, including the custom homes overlay and hillside ordinance, there will be no open space or areas protected with conservation easements. We can help guide the future of those properties. I heard a speaker during public comment at the previous Planning Commission meeting say, let's not fight, let's work to reach compromise. I couldn't agree more. I sincerely believe the landowner has agreed to several compromises along the way. I strongly support this project and urge the commission to support it as well. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my name's Ross McGinnis, 9759 Azurite Street, up there on the North Bench. I want to come out and speak against this project. I did last time. My main concern that time was the traffic issues, and at that time there was 400. Now you're down to 300. It's going in the right direction, but here's my concern. Out of those 52 acres, you have on the north side, no ingress or egress. East side, no ingress or egress. South side, no ingress or egress. Southwest quadrant, all filters right past my house. That's where all the traffic's gonna be. 400 per day, down to 300 a day is going in the right direction, and I appreciate the effort that's being made. But I still, when my wife and I bought the property 20 years ago, we paid a high premium in cost to live in that rural environment, and to add the additional cars, that's still gonna be a dramatic impact on us. Is there some way maybe to spread that traffic out from the other sides of it and not have it all funneled down right to where it's gonna impact that small community, right where it goes in and out of Juniper? You know, the environmental impact here says that will not have a significant effect on the environment. Well, yeah, maybe for the bugs and rats and stuff, but for the people that live in that community, it is gonna have a significant impact on us, just that additional traffic. I worked my entire career so I could retire in peace and quiet, and it seems like, I know we can't fight building, eventually it's gonna get built out, and I do kind of like what they're going at, but I think there's some more mitigating factors that could be taken to lessen the impact on the immediate community right there. I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. This is my first time to one of these meetings. I've been a Yucaipa resident for 7 years now. My name is Ryan Agadoni. I live at 9978 Fremont Street. We just moved to that address basically 1 year ago. It's on the North Bench. We moved there particularly because we fell in love with that area. We were looking for a new home. I've got my wife and 4 kids. We outgrew our previous house in Yucaipa, wanted a bigger place. That's why we found that place. We fell in love with the area, the whole, just everything about it. The scenery, the views, the neighbors, everybody we met over there. So and we really we don't plan on moving. This is gonna be our forever home. So we moved our in-laws out from Michigan. They're living with us permanently now. They're staying out there. They love this area. So we're just incredibly happy to have gotten that place. And the whole reason everything that attracted us to us was everything that everyone's been saying here about the North Bench and its special appeal. So when we found out about this development project and what it could mean for the future and what it could mean for future development in that area, it just did not seem to fit. It boggled my mind. It didn't seem to fit with the area, with the aesthetic, with the feel that Yucaipa is going for in that area. I have a little bit special other tie to that land. I am a firefighter for the city of Riverside. I actually fought the El Dorado fire back in 2020 that came right up to the edge of our new property. So that whole area has a special significance for me. I've been hearing I've been very interested to hear about this talks about the fire danger in that high density area. I had concerns just as a firefighter with access. I'm on a big truck right now, and so access to down a dead end street is difficult and not ideal, but that's something else. My main concern is just with this high density, this 51 houses, not really fitting in with the overall just feel of that North Bench area. So I don't have anything, I guess, more specific than that. I guess, and I'm hearing tonight, listening to what people were saying, I guess maybe it technically meets RL1, but the spirit of the intent doesn't seem to be met. And so I think the spirit of the intent should be taken into consideration as well. And so it seems like they're making some changes, but they're still not budging on that 51 homes aspect of it, which for me is the most concerning, that high density. So the traffic, the water, the fire danger, all those kinds of things are things that come up to me. And also just the fact that we moved there to enjoy that area, and it's going to be changing. And so I guess that's all I have to say. I just thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Nino Belmasoy, Dr. Terry Boone, and Kevin Miskin.
I'm Nino Valmasoy, and have lived in 35234 Court Street for 19 years. My property borders on this project. The mayor has said he wants silence. Any disruption will not be allowed and may include persons being evicted from the meeting. The silence must be enforced. I might agree with the mayor, but I know it is very frustrating that we must sit quietly and cannot approve or disapprove of an opinion that is being expressed. Now I'd like to have some fun with arms and hands and get some exercise and be quiet. I suggest we do this. If you approve the speaker's statement, one arm out, going side to side. If you disapprove of the speaker's statement, raise one hand. If you highly disapprove of the speaker's statement, raise 2 hands. And if you think it's very, very wrong, raise hands twisting rapidly. I approve of this. And all I can say is I hope we don't get tired from too much exercise. Save Yucaipa.
All right. Next.
Dr. Terry, No Living Documents Boone. I live at 9794 Yucaipa Ridge Road, directly across the street from this project. What's the beef? RL1 allows you, if you have 1 acre, to have 4 livestock animals. If you have a half acre, which is 21,780 feet, it allows you to have 2 livestock animals. Most of the projects that we've heard about tonight have less than a half acre. This project has 14 half acres, 1 acre. The rest of the properties are less than half acre. Tonight, I am going to read Ellen Hillwig's letter to the Planning Commission. Ellen Hillwig from Hillwig Goodrow Land Surveying. Please accept this letter as my statement of opposition to approval of the submittal for tentative tract map number 20375. I submit the following information in support of my position. Number 1, this project as currently presented would require the approval as a planned development as it is not in conformance with the current general plan, zoning ordinance, and applicable design standards. Number 2, the subject land was previously approved as TTM 14297 containing 33 1-acre lots on 52 acres gross. The project was compliant with our adopted general plan and zoning ordinance and considered area non-buildable due to steep hillsides as identified by slope analysis, hillside overlay, seismic setbacks, and areas with natural flood hazards. Number 3, the current project as presented is requesting the approval of 52 lots, 51 residential, 1 agricultural, under the premise that the land by area is entitled to contain 1 lot per acre gross. This is an incorrect position. All land has development opportunities and constraints that should be considered within the due diligence period by the developer prior to purchase. Failure to correctly evaluate a property should not become a burden on the community and constitute a reason to deviate from established design standards. This project, number 4, proposes a density transfer to allow 51 homes to be constructed in a smaller area footprint, yielding an average area per lot of less than half acre. This design concept is known as cluster development. In the 1980s, this type of density transfer was used in the design of golf course communities. Now that golf course communities are closed due to lack of water and revenue to support, the fairways are being developed into the lots that are the same size as the small surrounding existing development. The planners of the 80s would not have approved these open green projects if they had foreseen this demise and reuse. Vineyards are not forever. Look no farther than Rancho Cucamonga when they fail. They will be replaced with new uses. Most importantly, this is a gateway project. The development community is watching the progress of this application. I have personal knowledge of other adjacent landowners that are wanting to circumvent existing zoning guidelines and employ the clustering of lots allowing a higher density. I fear that overriding our well-established development guidelines for the targeted gain of out-of-area developers will cause unrest within our great city. In closing, I urge our current development guidelines be upheld for all properties on the North Bench. They are valid and support orderly development. Thank you.
Okay.
Kevin Miskin, 35472 Ivy Avenue. While we're not opposed to the development of this property, we are asking the Planning Commission to reject the plan Serrano Estates project as currently designed. The plan violates development requirements for RL1 zoning and custom overlay based on the lot size, frontage, offsets, and lots as small as 12,000 square feet. To be clear, SB 9 does not apply to this current development.
It will apply to the lots once they're developed, but as stated by SB 9 webpage, quote, "This bill benefits homeowners and homeowners alone. It specifically does not pertain to investment development." The development does not comply with the general plan zoning of RL1, rural living, 1 acre minimum. The current development plan calls for 51 homes on 24 acres. Not all 52 acres is developable due to hillside construction constraints, earthquake fault zones, and drainages. The developer believes they can still build 51 homes on 52 acres because over the entire 52 acres, the average is 1 dwelling unit per gross acre. Here's the truth. Number 1, Yucaipa City Ordinance 84.0320 defines rural living and clarifies the designation of the rural living district. Along with numerous setback and other requirements not followed in this plan, the city ordinance specifically states a maximum housing density of 1 dwelling unit per acre. The general plan also states, quote, "It should be noted that not all parcels can accommodate the maximum density or intensity allowed due to environmental constraints, development standards, and project design aspects," close quote. These constraints include drainages, earthquake zones, and hillside offsets. Number 3, the general plan includes figures on page 211 to further clarify what is meant by various zoning housing densities of 1 dwelling unit per acre, up to 20 units per acre. For the 1 unit per acre, the figure clearly shows 1 home on 1 square acre. Number 4, Municipal Code 87.0340B, lot area calculations 1 acre or greater, provides clarification on calculating 1 acre gross lot size. Quote, "The lot area shall be the area included within the perimeter of the legal boundaries of the subject property, inclusive of that area within the planned right-of-way to the center line, not to exceed 60 feet from the legal boundary of the lot. This is the clear intent of the minimum 1 acre gross lot size, to include the center line of the road as part of the property, just like my own lot is. In summary, the development must be consistent with the city ordinance for rural living 1 zoning and custom home overlay requirements, which specifically establish 1 home on 1 acre, allowance for large animal husbandry, and development consistent with the culture of the area, 1-story homes with lots honoring the natural slopes, with careful attention to public safety, particularly as relates to wildfires and stormwater. We would all approve 33 lots on this with the vineyards. We have no problem with that, but 33 lots is all we feel is necessary.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have Robin Miskin, Hanson Wang, and Colleen Wang.
Good evening. My name is Robin Miskin, Ivy Street, Yucaipa. I join with others in asking that this plan be rejected as designed based on the definition of rural living and the 1 acre lot size in the municipal code. I quote from the general plan brochure at yucaipa.org. "The general plan is considered long-term since it looks 20 years or further into the future. The general plan reflects the long-term vision of the community and supporting goals and policies. The Yucaipa General Plan update is intended to refine our course over the next 20 years while staying true to our vision." Not the 10 years or less represented in this last city council. We are only 7 years into our 20-year plus vision of our city. We have lost the vision and spirit with this development. This area of the North Bench is the very high fire severity zone. This alone argues against higher housing density and senior housing, as the ingress and egress are restricted to development, and seniors are especially vulnerable to wildfires. The development as planned calls for flat lots with unconventionally steep slopes of 2 horizontal to 1 vertical. That's a 2-to-1 slope for residential lots in a high seismic hazard area. The slopes exceed 20 feet in height and occupy nearly 1/3 of some smaller lots and are nearly 50 feet high at the northeast corner of the lot. These are excessively steep and not maintainable for senior citizens. With regard to the argument for smaller lots for senior housing, we note that the single largest demographic in this area are seniors. Look at your audience. I, as one of those, living on 1 acre or larger lots. Smaller lots for seniors are unnecessary in this area. As a result of the El Dorado fire, stormwater flows have increased dramatically. The assumptions and parameters used in calculating the stormwater runoff and control features for this area are based on are not based currently on the stripped, denuded, unvegetated lots with corrals and lightly vegetated vineyards. This is the new reality for this area with the stripped vegetation. In addition to the elements discussed above and consistent with the rural culture of this area, we ask that the development implement the following the Development Code 85.040510 Custom Home Overlay District. The development should comply with the development and offset requirements set forth in the municipal code, including frontage and offset requirements. The Development Code also 84.0560, the accessory for animal raising for primary single dwelling unit, which requires 70-foot offset for large animals of homes, among other things. The lot sizes must accommodate to comply with the rural living use and support animal husbandry. How else will we support 4-H, our Yucaipa Equestrian Center, and the Yucaipa Rodeo? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi again. I'm Hanson Wong. I live on Court Street in Yucaipa. So again, like I said at the beginning, we are not against development. And I'm glad that they've looked into improving certain things, but they don't seem to be budging at all from the amount of housing that they have, because comparing the 33 that were approved and the 51, that's $20 million. Now, we are asking the Planning Commission to reject the plan the state project is currently designed. It violates the requirements for the RL1 zoning and custom overlay based on lot size, frontage, offsets, and other requirements. This should be developed with the intent of the current zoning requirements, of which is 1 home on 1 acre. It is consistent with the general plan and the culture of the new North Bench to place homes. Anything less than 1 acre lots is not consistent. I join with others in asking the final plan, this plan, to be rejected and have it revised, and we'll be willing to work with the developer and the owner, but I have not heard zip from them. The Serrano project does not comply with the city goals. HN 1.7 neighborhood identify, recognize, and preserve and enhance neighborhood character through the adherence of design, development, and other standards. Sure, there's some open space. Sure, there's also viticulture, but the rest of it is not. And there was a comment made that the new residents have access to the rural atmosphere. Well, sure, they live there, but 41 of the homes are smaller than ½ acre, therefore they cannot have large animals, they cannot have chickens or anything else like that. HN 2.4, North Bench and Wildwood Canyon requires all new residential developments in these areas to be consistent with the custom home overlay, adopted density and development standards and the rural characteristics of these areas. Rural characteristics, I'm going to underline. HN 3.5, overlay districts require adherence to the housing-related regulations in city overlay districts, hillside custom homes, natural hazards, scenic resources, biological resources, horticultural resources, and others, and that has been mentioned already. HN 3.6, compatibility requires that the residential development and rehabilitation projects are compatible with the character of the neighborhood, comply with municipal code development standards, and follow appropriate site planning and project design. If you just imagine walking through their neighborhood that they propose and walking through the neighborhood that is currently, I don't see how it even comes close. I want to thank you. If you would indulge me for one other comment not related to this. Sometimes a proposal of a project will have a rebuttal, and that's fine. But if the rebuttal adds new comments that are not in the original comments, then I think it would be appropriate for someone to retort or rebuttal the new comment only. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last time we were here, when this project came up before you, we were told that you were going to, or they were proposing this 51 houses under the special overlay for cluster housing, which is part of the AVA, which I know 2 of you for sure know about because you were on the committee, which has made me wonder why you're on not recusing yourself. But we found out that if you have cluster housing, you can't have rural living. Our general plan has a very definite definition for what RL1 is, and it wasn't a lot of the things that I heard Ben saying. And you can't redefine it, as our developer was saying, by things that were not in our municipal code. They're not even proposing to do things like change the streets. Courts won't support the kind of traffic that they're talking about. And I know when they say it's senior living, they're not going to be driving. Are you kidding me? We're all seniors, or a very good number of us that live up there. And we have to drive because there are no services up there. There are no buses. There are no stores. So unless somebody's going to provide shuttle service for the rest of the time people live there, they're not going to have the ability to stay at home and not add. But those streets aren't wide enough up there. Quartz isn't. I know Azure Right isn't. They don't have any sidewalks. And it just is not a reasonable thing. And when you talk about, it's not just high fire up there, it's right over the top of the San Andreas. We've had flash floods up there now. If you went up there today and looked at what it looks like up there, it's appalling. There are huge gullies and gouges because all kinds of dirt, all kinds of water is coming off those hills. And it certainly is not just about fire, though. With the fire now, you can't get out if you live up there because I know I have horses. You can't get them out with the fire if there's any other traffic going on at all. And all the looky-loos come through there. And even when they block them off, they stay up there. So if you get a bunch of seniors up there, they're not getting out.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, I forgot I have something for all of you. You all didn't take a check of all the residents. This is for you. There's over 891 petitions here signed by residents of the North Bench and other people that live in Yucaipa. They're asking you to maintain the petition for the North Bench to keep out high-density housing, and that's what we consider this to be. Who would I give these to?
Okay. All right, thank you. Wait, next.
Next, we have Russ Caldo, Kathleen Reynolds, and Heather Dent.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Russ Caldwell. My wife and I live at 35492 Ivy Avenue. Our backyard looks directly into the proposed development named Serrano Estates. We purchased our 3 acres in 2017. We were drawn to the city of Yucaipa, and particularly the North Bench area, because of the land use code rural living, 1 dwelling per 1 acre. The applicant is using a planned development designation, which allows them to interpret the RL1 land use designation for their combined lots. The applicant is trying to change the land use to fit their project rather than change the project to fit the land use of RL1, 1 dwelling per 1 acre. Taken from the Yucaipa Municipal Code Development 83030230, as stated by Mr. Matlock earlier, the section actually goes on to say that the PDP should accomplish the following. Identify and quantify the constraints and opportunities for development as follows: the physical characteristics of the site, available public services and facilities, the capacity of the existing circulation system, and the existing and planned use of adjacent properties. Skipping down to section 4, item G, the plan describes in detail how the plan conforms to the objectives of the city's general plan and the plan development provisions of this code. It is our opinion that the use of the PD code to modify the current RL1 fire safety and custom home overlays contradicts other published goals and visions of Yucaipa found in the 2016 general plan and the 2021 to 2029 housing element. The general plan vision is an excellent statement. The housing element neighborhood description of the North Bench is accurate. The fire safety overlay reads, areas of high and very high fire hazards designated by the California Department of Forestry, CAL FIRE, and the U.S. Forest Service, and this northern border or within reach of the northern border of the project is against a very high risk area. The custom home overlay reads, areas substantially occupied by custom caliber single family homes on parcels that are at least 20,000 square feet. Some of the lots are not above that 20,000 square foot mark. CDL 1.8 reads, overlay districts require the development of projects comply with applicable regulations in the municipal code when the underlying parcels are located within a designated overlay district. I also wanted to read HN 2.4 and 3 and 3.5, but those were previously read, so I'll skip. The Housing Program 19, which is planned development, seems to contradict the senior housing citizens and their needs, each other as applied to this project. These homes are for the above moderate income resident. Please forward a no recommendation to the city, to the city council regarding this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Reynolds, 34999 Jade Court, 30-year member of the North Bench Mob. The reasons for denial of this project are many. These reasons have been stated in past meetings, in letters to the editor, letters from constituents to the planning department, the city planning commission, the city council, and 2 neighborhood meetings attended by the developer and or a mayor. Hating to sound like a broken record, I must reiterate the main reason. Yucaipa's general plan is put in place to guide development of the city and is certified by the state. Once again, this revised project by the same developer does not comply in any way, shape, or form with the general zoning RL1, rural living 1 acre minimum. Yucaipa City Ordinance 84.0320 defines rural living. The city ordinance is specific, a maximum housing density of 1 dwelling unit per acre. Please set aside any of your own personal interests and respect and honor the general plan. Grapevines will grow just fine next to houses on 1 acre lots.
I'm just waiting for this to reset. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Heather Dent, and I live on Country Lane. I have lived in Yucaipa on the North Bench since 1988. My parents dreamed of a life where we could have property and I could finally have my horse. They built their custom home on the North Bench on Azurite Street on their 1 acre property. When I got married and I started my family, I wanted the same for my family. We bought our house with 1.25 acres 10 years ago on Country Lane. My family enjoys our horses, chickens, vegetable garden, and horse riding amenities. I have worked in this town for 26 years. I love this town. The Serrano Estates development is a disaster. For starters, there are 41 lots of senior housing in the highest wildfire zone. There's no busing available, no grocery stores that are close, no gas stations, nothing is easily accessible for seniors. The developer says that this project complies with the general plan because it is 51 houses on 52 acres. No, it does not. 27 of those 52 acres are not even buildable due to seismic activity and flood zones. That acreage should not be included in the total buildable acreage. and we want to put seniors there? The project does not comply to the general plan. The North Bench is zoned RL1, rural living, 1 acre minimum. The North Bench commands higher real estate prices because of the property, not because of the houses. The property is more valuable to the city in the long run than a quick flip for a developer today. A high-density housing tract will push out everyone that has horses, chickens, because the new tract won't like the smells, sounds, and dust coming from the RL1 properties. And then there goes our beautiful North Bench rural living benefits. We will be pushed out just like the chicken ranches. I also worry about my riding trails going away when I ride my horse. Yucaipa has so many great trails. These should not be taken away. If we really wanted open space preserved, plant grapevines on the whole entire property. I know growth is inevitable, but we need to grow the right way. We don't want to be the next Sunnymead. My mom and I personally collected signatures for the petition that Colleen Wayne spoke of to keep the North Bench rural 1 acre. We collected 271 personally. One thing that was so amazing to me was the support of fellow Yucaipians from other districts. It's not just the North Bench mad about this project, contrary to what is being said. There was a speech given Monday at City Council. The speech was about how the general plan can be amended, and it was created to be amended. Let me ask you this. You have a room full of people behind me, with the majority asking you, please keep our North Bench the way it is. Why would you change it?
Next, we have Kelly on Custer Street, David Ellison, and Imgar Michali.
Good evening. Irmgard Mitchell, and I live in North Bench. I'm going to cut mine down a bit so that we can all go home. Do we have a slide of the organization chart, perchance? I had emailed and requested that. If we don't, if any of you that have looked at the organization chart, when I looked it up on the city website, I was actually a little surprised how it is written out. It says at the top, residents of the city of Yucaipa, and then underneath there, it has, the council members in a box, and it has a different, employees and different representatives in boxes. But citizens or residents of Yucaipa just is across the top, as though it's the title, and you don't really notice that. And we really should be put in a box so that it's very noticeable that we are the ones that you guys serve, and I appreciate you serving us. When we were building our home, we were told by employees when we came in, we work for you, for us. And so our voice, when you are elected or when you take a job here, you are representing us. And our voice is generally in the general plan. So we trust that you follow the general plan. The general plan is not for a developer to come in and have something completely different than what is in the general plan. We trust that you will uphold the general plan. So we need to stay with the 1 acre, 1 house per 1 acre. That is what the general plan states. Until that changes, that is a developer doesn't have the right to change that general plan. That is our voice. Also, as I was listening tonight, there's those that said that those areas will be developed, so we may as well go ahead with this. Let's develop it with 1 acre, 1 house per 1 acre. We can do that. The other thing is as I was hearing about seniors, I felt like there's a noose being put around the necks of those that would be buying these houses. When they come up to wanting to sell their house, can you imagine needing to sell your house? Or, something happening in your family and you're required to sell it to another senior? Those restrictions, there's so much that was stated that was so unrealistic. And then the area, the fire dangers there, and how we're putting these people there, and just those 2 roads that come out of there to try to evacuate. We used to have a home in Ventura County, and we had to pack up 3 different times for fires, and we had many more ways to get out of there. It's a scary thing. I can't, even imagine why we would want to bend the rules in a way to allow people to live in such a high fire risk area. And many of people in Yucaipa are dealing with, restrictions on insurance now for fire. So it's unrealistic what the developer is thinking is going to happen. The developer is going to build and then leave those people in North Bench the way that it is to deal with what's left.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Philip Schneider, Brian Blainberry, and Jan McFarland.
Good evening. My name is Philip Schneider. I live at 10560 Greenbrook Place in Yucaipa. And I have kind of a narrow concern here, and that is to do with what I perceive is a major discrepancy between this project and the general plan. Now, I guess that's kind of obvious, but why do I think it's so important? Well, I think it's important because the California state law, namely the California Government Code, requires that all projects be consistent with the general plan. And that includes planned developments. So I don't see a consistency here. I see, quarter-acre lots when the general plan's calling for 1 acre. But let me delve into that a little bit more. The general plan actually is pretty vague on what's required in the RL land use area. It says maximum density 1 dwelling unit per gross acre. Now, I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. I'm not even sure what that means, but we're fortunate in that it's pretty much defined by things like the Yucaipa housing element, the Yucaipa municipal code, the Yucaipa development code, and it's pretty straightforward. It's, among other things, it says that lot sizes shall be a minimum of 1 acre. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Now, I'm not really concerned at the moment with things like density and density transfer and SB9 and all that stuff. That don't matter. Right now, what I'm looking at is lot size. And this, the general plan is calling for a minimum lot size of 1 acre. So how is, if the general plan is definitely calling for 1 acre, how is that consistent with quarter-acre lots? I don't see it. Does somebody else see it? Maybe somebody can explain how we got to that point. So,
Thank you.
Brian Bleinberg. I live on Fremont Street, which is right next to where this proposed project is to take place. And I concur with a lot that's been said tonight with 1 acre per 1 home. And I also appreciate developers and the work that they do, but this area is extremely unique. I'm from Minnesota, grew up in agriculture and lived in Chino and Redlands before moving here 20 years ago. And this north bench of Yucaipa is one of the very unique places in Southern California. And it's dear to my heart. And I would like to see, like was mentioned earlier, if there's a way that the Planning Commission can work with the developer to do 1 acre per one house. Now, some of this land that has vineyards along this road might be buildable. Maybe some of that vineyard land is available for building. But it's not just because someone owns 50 or 60 acres doesn't mean you may build 50 or 60 homes there. It has to be buildable acres. I think that's what the neighbors want. And if you go up there, if you go up to Oak Glen right now and you see what the creek is doing to the $1 million, $2 million homes up in Oak Glen, it's a disaster. And the water is running through here now, and the fire danger is one thing. But if it's possible that, you guys can work with 1 acre per one house, and you can't have large animals and agriculture on 12,000 square foot lots. That's not something that is possible. You can't have horses on a 12,000 foot lot, okay? So using the terms agriculture and large animals doesn't match what the neighborhood has. I hope that something can be done, but please try to keep 1 acre to one lot to suffice the people that in the neighborhood up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jan McFarland, and I live on Eunice Court, and I've been a resident there for the past 8 years. Yucaipa, as you've heard from my neighbors who more eloquently put it, Yucaipa has a unique culture and lifestyle that is not maintained with this development if the zoning for RL1 is changed from 1 acre per lot. The Yucaipa lifestyle can include large animals and hobbies on private properties, and that can't be accommodated with the small lot sizes. An HOA in the middle of larger properties that incorporate animals on them and rural lifestyle is not in the best interest of the city of Yucaipa and its residents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Desta West, Stephen West, and Kathy Sellers.
Hi, I'm Desta West. I'm from the North Bench, 10351 Norton Avenue. And when we moved here 19 years ago, we loved the area. We loved how it had a family feel and have enjoyed raising our children here. My concern is that when it was zoned 1 acre lots, and that's what we understood when we moved here. And we want to keep it 1 acre lots, as you've heard. Many people have said that. The 1 acre lot is not that we don't want homes, but we do want to keep the 1 acre lots. And we know that there's going to be growth, but the 1 acre lot is something that we really want up on the North Bench. And I was also one of the ones who was worried about the traffic because it goes down to 2 lanes there. And right now, just off of Carter, there's certain times where it's hard to get on the road. So the traffic is also an issue that I wanted to bring up. But we do enjoy the living up there with the agriculture, and we've had horses, and we have dogs, and we have chickens, and we want to keep it that way. It's just a wonderful life. Thank you.
My name is Stephen West. I also live at Norton on the North Bench as well, Norton Avenue. I concur with all those that have been spoken tonight about the RL1. So we're obviously opposed to the project. My concern as well is the fire. Last time we had the El Dorado fire, our house almost burned down. And at first we thought, you know, another fire on the hill, and we thought it wasn't a big deal. It was doing fine. And then the Sunday when the wind turned, it just came straight across in front of our lot and back of our lot, burned about 30 of our trees. Our house, thank goodness, was okay. The only houses that burned were the ones that are just west of this lot. Those are the only houses that burned in the area. When they say they have mitigating factors to help with the fire, we've seen all through California, through San Diego County, through Paradise. I'm sure they had mitigating factors for their fire safety as well, but fire doesn't care. Fire will burn through it. When they do cluster housing, especially in this area, it is a high fire zone. I don't know how it can be possibly okayed, even with what they call mitigating factors, because fire does not care. And the only houses that burned were the ones, like I mentioned, just west of this project. All the other houses did good because where we live were 5-acre minimums, and those multiple those areas keep a clear area around the houses. But a lot of it just burned and burned very quickly. So again, I'm opposed to this and hope we can make the right decision. Thank you.
Kathy Sellers, District 1. Thank you for letting us address all of you. I'd like to read something I found on the internet. Dear friends and neighbors living on the Yucaipa North Bench area, years ago, approval was given to develop the area with housing on 1-acre lots. The current tract maps would allow roughly 1,000 houses generally north of Oak Glen Road, east of Casablanca, and along Jefferson, and where the old chicken ranch is located. A recent proposed alternative would allow the lot size reduction from 1 acre to a half-acre lots and some smaller. Developers want higher density housing. If this proposal is approved, it would increase the housing density up to 2,000 units on the North Bench. The damage to the environment would be massive, adding septic systems and leach fields, along with additional traffic congestion and adding undue pressure on the current infrastructure. The Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance has been working with the city to gain approval of an overlay to get and keep this area designated as agricultural, which supports the overall goal of gaining approval as a recognized grape-growing winemaking region. The Wine Alliance has filed an application for the Yucaipa Valley to be designated as an American viticulture area with the goal to plant vineyards, including the North Bench area, to preserve the rural atmosphere that is Yucaipa, supporting the economic health of our city. The city appointed an AVA committee that was supposed to aid the effort to gain the national designation. Somehow, this committee went off the track and ended up with the housing development proposal instead. There was a meeting of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance to create a petition for home and landowners on the bench to oppose lot size reduction proposals and support the efforts of the Alliance. Shortly, you'll be able to find the petition on the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance website, and you may also be visited by Wine Alliance members who will have a hard copy of the petition for your signature. The author of that was Donna Snodgrass, who now sits on our Planning Commission and was also a part of the Yucaipa Wine Country Planning Committee. What changed and brought about such a drastic upheaval to this well-reasoned Wine Alliance overlay? We were all excited about protecting our rural atmosphere while embracing development. It's interesting to note that the majority of proponents of the Serrano Estates project that are speaking in favor of the cluster homes are on the Wine Country Planning Committee, along with the developers. Mr. and Mrs. Snodgrass are working with Craig Heaps on their large storage shed. I question why you aren't recusing yourself from voting on this project. I am beseeching this Planning Commission to postpone your vote for the time being. Serrano Estates will set a precedent for the entire 1,100 acres on the North Bench. There are a number of very significant things happening behind the scenes right now that I am not at liberty to divulge tonight, but I assure you it will make a difference in your decision-making process. This project has been in the works for 2 years. A few more months won't matter to the developers, but will alter the future of our beloved city forever. Please give us the opportunity to share all the facts that will be forthcoming soon. Thank you.
Next, we have Joel McCabe, Tony Matlock, and Jill Torsey.
Joel McCabe, District 1, Yucaipa resident, 31 years. I represent one of the 32 sour grapes on the North Bench. But I'm also very proud to be part of the 891 signatures that went around. That was a great effort. Planning Commission, I am aware of several projects in the works of the North Bench area. If the Serrano Estates project gets approved, it will forever open the North Bench for change and a way of rural life that it represents. Cluster homes and changes to the zoning from the general plan would be detrimental to the area. I'm also concerned with residents who don't have a voice, that aren't aware of what's happening. They're busy raising families, working jobs, multiple jobs, living the Yucaipa lifestyle that they always wanted. And they're not conscious of the city changes, plans, and proposals. By the time this information gets to them, Yucaipa as they knew it is drastically changing at a fast pace. I am concerned about the land development and zone changes. In my research, I found that members of our city council, through their campaign contributions, were supported and funded by the following: RC Hubs, Meridian Land Development, Premier Land Development, Pacific Horizon Builders, Nova Homes, Wang Company, Levy Investments, Crystal Investments. This is all public record. Premier Land Development alone has 14 projects listed on their website, 13 of which are in Yucaipa. Does the push to bring these projects, like the Serrano Estates, seem suspect, or is it part of the bigger picture of the growing city of Yucaipa to take it from 55,000 to 80,000 people in approximately 10 years? To me, council members taking money through campaign donations from land developers looks scandalous and can be seen as paybacks, meaning project approvals, land rezoning, etc. These future projects in the North Bench look like they benefit our council members, land developers, and our realtors. As I wish to keep the lot sizes at 1 acre, I don't trust this current situation. I am opposed to the rezoning on the North Bench, starting with the Serrano Estates. Thank you.
My name is Tony Matlock. I live at 34088 Lake Breeze Drive, Yucaipa, California. I was a member of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country Planning Committee that was commissioned by the city to look at what we could do in relationship to developing an emerging wine industry while still trying to provide for the housing and so forth that is currently being developed or in plan to be developed. There were members associated that were from the city council, the planning committee, and other various representatives of other committees, like open space and trails, and a couple of other just at-large people. We tried to put together a plan that was something we felt, yes, there's gonna be some compromise, but you can move forward with this. A key component of this was to try to convert about 50% of the land to a agricultural ability where you could grow grapes or other crops, but that it was not going to ever turn back over into being developed into houses. It was going to go under a land easement, which I would suggest we cross the I's and dot the T's before anything else gets approved. But in essence, it was not adding homes. The homes stayed basically the same. It did put them in smaller lots, converting the rest of the land, about 50%, to an agricultural application. Kind of a win-win, but there is a compromise. I know everybody's afraid of change, and nobody wants it in their backyard. But sometimes we have to work at a compromise and look at the real facts and make some appropriate decisions with it. Thank you.
I mispronounced the last name on this group. It's Jill Tinsley. Okay, we'll move on with Sarah Cooper, Jeff Johnson, and David Duron.
Good evening. Whoa. Good evening, brilliant planners, brilliant commissioners, and Yucaipians. I'm Sarah Cooper, 11688 Pendleton Road, and I taught English at Yucaipa High School for 17 years, and I'm a proud member and a proud citizen of Yucaipa. But enough about me. This is more of a narrative than a rehash of the facts and the numbers and the acronyms that you've already heard, because I assume you know them. Tonight, I thought, was just about the Serrano Estates project up on Yucaipa Ridge Road. I took 2 full days to research both the Yucaipa General Plan 2016, with 13 years left, and the Yucaipa General Plan housing elements with RHNA, whatever that is. Anyway, from 21 to 29 with 6 years left. I received clarification from many of you, and I am grateful for your time and your help. Bill and I moved up here after receiving thorough tours of the yet-to-be-incorporated city. Yucaipa had everything from large rural properties to small, tight-knit communities, like Chapman Heights has become, to more spacious homes built on smaller lots, like those in the Wildwood area, to the welcoming single and multiple family homes near Dunlap. We had choices. We built our house in the late 80s, and my 5-mile walk takes me up Cherrycroft and Jefferson through the open views with the vegetation on the left and the burnt, scarred vegetation on the right. It's a peaceful and undeveloped area, but this is for another meeting. Bill and I walk downtown to YPAC for activities, maybe have a glass of wine, visit with friends, and shop on market night, where we support our locals. We love being in Yucaipa. The Yucaipa General Plan and its newest housing elements are not in conflict. Does Yucaipa actually need more housing? In conflict is placing a senior citizen planned community so far away from central Yucaipa, away from parks and amenities that do not include needed transportation. By placing the Serrano Estates project on the North Bench, it does break the guidelines that many community members spent volunteer hours meeting with the public and then writing and rewriting the plan. Placing Serrano Estates on Yucaipa Ridge Road also infuriates those owners who purposely chose to live the life in a rural area zoned for 1 dwelling, now maybe 2 with the CDRs or whatever they are, so they could ride their horses, have chickens, and be spread out between neighbors, even if the project, hides its flaws of the vineyards. Okay, so the end. Slow down, leaders, planners, and neighbors. Let's build Yucaipa together so all of our citizens will stay proud to live here and proud that our voices were heard and respected. Serrano has a place, just not on Yucaipa Ridge Road. Thank you.
I'm speaking for Dave Duran, who was before me.
Okay.
Okay.
Dave Duran.
Dave Duran has bronchitis.
Okay, I'm sorry, but every speaker is entitled to 3 minutes, and the rules do not allow individuals to give their time to another speaker.
No, this is not that. He has bronchitis and he couldn't speak, so he asked me to read his speech.
I understand that, but your 3 minutes was already taken. You could have used that 3 minutes to read his statement too. Oh, have you already, because you've already spoken. I'm sorry.
This is not my words. He is sick, he is here. He just can't speak. If you would prefer that he speaks, I will bring him out.
Chair, if you want to make an allowance for that, you.
There you go.
I'm sorry, Chair, go ahead. Okay, that's what.
Okay.
He said that I could speak.
Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate that very much, thanks.
You got it. I would like to speak on two items. The first is the value of the bare land to the aquifers under Yucaipa. There are several aquifers under our feet. Two of the largest are in the north of Yucaipa. The aquifers are fed by rains and subsequent water flow from the mountains, and eventually it becomes a source of our groundwater. I attended a meeting at the Yucaipa Valley Water Filtration Plant about a year ago. City Manager Ray Casey attended the meeting. Mr. Casey talked about the hardscape infrastructure that would be constructed on the North Bench, such as roads, roofs, patios, sidewalks that would affect the amount of water that could be collected. He was optimistic that the water would be recaptured in the storm drains that then would channel the water into the ground. General Manager Joe Zoba, who is considered a leading expert in the water industry, was not so sanguine. He said that the water that more water than Mr. Casey estimated would flow off the hardscape and not be recaptured. Thus, the water would not seep into Yucaipa's aquifers as it had done for time immemorial. The cost to us would be importation of more state water that is paid directly to the water district through your real estate taxes. And there will be greater expenditures on water district's recycling program. When we pay our water bills, you and I subsidizing the cost of supplying water to our new developments. The second issue is the El Dorado fire. I was working in my backyard the day the El Dorado fire began. From my perch on Upper Panorama Drive, I saw a wisp of smoke and thought nothing of it. I returned to my work. I looked up again and peered at a growing conflagration that would eventually kill a firefighter and burn tens of thousands of acres of valuable landscape. The damage did not end. Rains came and waters flowed, caused great damage in our community, and killed another person in Forest Falls. Imagine a hot wind-driven fire racing down the mountain toward the development. Peer at the image in your head of the Herculean effort that will be required to evacuate the seniors, many of them disabled, perhaps confused and panicking. The police and fire personnel, ambulances, fire vehicles at the scene desperately trying to rescue the seniors from the path of conflagration that will come. Thank you.
Next, we have Maria Korn, Matt Underwood, and Caesar Roldan.
Good evening, I'm Maria Korn. My voice is a little compromised, but this was important to me. I grew up in Yucaipa. This year, I will have lived in Yucaipa 72 years. And as a 72-year-old, I don't drive out of Fremont Heights once a day. It's more like 4 times a day. Yucaipa has been a wonderful place to grow up and raise my kids. I love the rural community feeling in the open areas. My parents lived and died here. My kids and my grandkids live here. I was wishing the same for my grandkids and my great-grandkids. I was under the impression that we had some good people who loved the city of Yucaipa on the city council. I hope that's true. And I am completely opposed to any tracks being built on the North Bench. Please don't allow this. Yucaipa is a beautiful country community. We would love to keep it that way. Please don't disappoint us and vote this down. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Cesar Roldan, Pendleton Road. I had a whole thing to say, but there's a couple things that I think I can address. Mr. David, you asked about pesticides and herbicides, fungicides, and all that. I would like to give it a shot to answer your question. As a leading vineyard developer, manager, and owner, we are actually currently establishing a lot of high standards for the local vineyards. The 8 to 10 years, which is probably the oldest vineyard, we have not seen any herbicide applied to it, and is doing well. We haven't seen any need for any insecticides to be used because it's such a unique area here in Yucaipa that we haven't seen some of those pests that will come to vineyards. And also, we are establishing through the community of wine growers those high standards of being able to use if we do get a threat, whether it's fungal or it's insects, to use organic and natural sources rather than any chemicals. As far as herbicides, I think that's probably the biggest one that I've seen lately is the herbicides that people trying to eliminate herbs. We're actually encouraged to leave those natural vegetation to grow alongside with the vineyards, and eventually we will have herds to be able to go and grace that ground cover for the vineyards. So I hope that answers your question. If you need more, we can be better prepared next time if the opportunity comes. I want to touch on another topic. Rancho Cucamonga did not have any easements in place like Yucaipa is planning to do for these vineyards so that these vineyards will not disappear ever, that those easements will be in perpetuity. That means forever and ever. And that's something that Rancho Cucamonga did not have, and that's why we lost the vineyards to all of the development that you see up there. What I came to say, and hopefully I have enough time to say this, I'm here tonight in favor of this project. You may ask, and some of you have already asked, and actually even alluded to Ms. Snodgrass, that how come 2 years ago we were so opposed to this and now things have changed? And that is a great question, and I'll answer it by saying that we've done some research and now we understand that we were fighting a battle with the wrong tools. We now understand that part of this land is, if it's not protected, we will lose it forever. This project is a prime example of what may be the only opportunity we have to preserve as much land as possible from being developed. 1 gross acre does not mean 1 unit per acre. It does mean that 30 units can be built and clustered in a 30-acre parcel. And I'll just close by saying, commissioners, I'm asking you tonight to be strong and courageous. Don't be dismayed by their faces. Keep the future of Yucaipa in mind as you make your decision tonight and protect as much land as possible today, or we will lose it tomorrow. Thank you and God bless.
Did Matt Underwood come up? Oh, no.
I'm trying to keep track as well. I'll just make. Matt Underwood, Diamond Street, 25 years. Thank you, Commission. It seems like we're here on the 42nd day of Groundhog Day. This plan is not substantially different in any way, in some ways worse than the plan previously rejected. The only main change is moving the vineyard from the north to the east side is an admission that the project is ugly, needs to be hidden, and doesn't fit with the surrounding community. The fact that the 50-acre parcel is not completely buildable isn't our fault or the city's fault. It's geography and an earthquake fault. The denominator and starting point for housing should be the portion that is buildable and should stick to what it is zoned for, 1 dwelling unit per acre. If only 5 acres were buildable, would you allow 50-unit apartment complex? Of course not. Let's use consistent logic. Also, there's no outlet to artery streets. Traffic winding from a higher density development through a rural designated development isn't good planning sense. You wouldn't allow an apartment complex on the hillside that winds through Stanley Ranch, Chapman Heights, or Rolling Hills. The first bullet point of the first page of the Yucaipa General Plan on yucaipa.org is small town rural character with strong neighborhood identities. This plan with small leveled lots with 2-to-1 slopes and lighting, HOA is not within the surrounding neighborhood identity that's designated for horses, llamas, goats, and whatever else people want. And houses that are built into the natural slope of the terrain. Bullet point number 2 is scenic vistas, wildlands, ravines, and hillside. This plan violates all that. The designation for seniors is also laughable and alarming. Isn't the point of designated senior housing to be within walking distance to shopping and amenities, or at least public transportation? Also, this is a fire trap. This is the highest designated fire zone there is. The DC-10 has had to drop on this parcel twice within the last 10 years. Every year, it's a scramble to get insurance. I've been with USAA for 35 years, and this year they want $9,000 out of me, and that doesn't include earthquake. There are concerns about storm control. The creek has been running strong and continuous for 3 weeks now and will probably continue to run at least another month. The north and east sections of this tract often become quite altered after big storms. What happens if the winery closes or goes bankrupt? The outlook for the wine industry is actually not very good from several articles that I've read. The outlet roads of Juniper and Ivy are narrow and dangerous for cyclists and pedestrians. They're actually narrower than the neighborhood. All right, one paragraph I didn't get to. Thank you.
Next we have Denise Work, Sherry Todd, and Daniel Morgan.
Good evening, planning commissioners and friends. My name is Denise Work. I live on Lime Kiln Drive. I do not live in the North Bench area. I am retired. I'm just give you a tiny little background. I'm a retired asset manager for Chevron Land and Development, and I was a planning commissioner for 20 years, up until 2 years ago. So I served with Al, haven't served with anyone else up there. I want to bring to everyone's attention, first of all, this is kind of jumping the gun with the wine country specific plan is not even approved at this point. So everyone's referring to this is consistent with that plan, and that's not actually in place. So that's kind of doesn't even apply at this point. Number two is there are areas in the city. The reason that we did, were you here in 2016? Yeah. The reason, and I think we might have even done the custom home overlay before that. I'm not sure. But the reason for the custom home overlay was to keep certain specific areas in the city a little different, not to have little pink houses all in a row. So in certain places, and the North Bench is one of those places. And this and everything that the wine country specific plan came up with development, somehow in the second year, that whole thing was hijacked by, it became a developer's dream. There was no reason for that. And quite honestly, if wine vineyards work and they're great and people want to buy that wine, I believe in capitalism. It's going to happen without us. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to be giving anybody some rights to develop so that they'll plant grapes. If it works, it works. And those grapes and the wine will be made, right? So I don't think that that's something the city should even be trying to bring in. If it is good wine, then they'll start coming and they'll buy the property and they'll put in the vineyards and they won't have to put in the housing. So that's my opinion. And the other thing is they pay a certain price for a piece of property that's zoned the way that was from the county, right? You can put 30 houses in there for a reason. So you pay a cheaper price for that because they know what the general plan is when they bought the property. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sherry Todd. I live on Court Street where Azurite dead ends. I have been there in the house since '83 when my husband and I bought it, knowing it was 1 acre, one dwelling on 1 acre. That was the reason we bought. And I am not opposed to development. I am opposed to this development. And I concur with every statement made tonight and every concern of the people who have opposed this plan. When we first started talking about this, last year, around August or September, about the plan that was being proposed. We met at Terry Boone's house with the developer to ask questions. We wanted to be open-minded, but we were very concerned. And we asked the developer, Craig Heaps, why we couldn't just do 1 acre and 1 dwelling on the acre. If there are 32 or 33 acres that are developable, why can't we just stick with that? And Mr. Heaps replied, no profits in it. The profits aren't there. Well, with all due respect, I don't think that should be our burden to carry, whatever his profits are. And the current owner of that development or that acreage, he bought in 2014. So he knows how it was zoned. It's been zoned that way for a long time. And we were also told at that time, as we were expressing our concerns, that Sacramento was mandating this high-density development and that we probably would not be able to oppose this. And we have since learned that our zoning in that area exempts us from that high density. And it's been brought up before. There are people who have documentation that supports that. It just, the high density can be done in other areas. The plan as presented is not an improvement to the area. It certainly doesn't benefit anybody that's currently living up there in the North Bench. And I respectfully ask that you deny this plan. I don't know who it benefits. Who does it benefit?
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I would like to ask for permission for my son to speak before I do. That's Joshua Morgan. Is that possible for him to speak before I do? Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joshua Morgan, and I am representing my 4 brothers and myself. I wanted to share a young person's perspective. My family and I have been talking about living in a country area for years. We've lived in a tract home area and moved from there. I and my brothers are excited to be in the North Bench area. We really like how it is. There's lots of space to play, space to help my parents take care of the land, and many things to learn from this kind of land, and other good people who also like these things. We ask that you protect this land, keep it how it is, keep big properties big and not small ones like where I came from. Please protect it. Thank you.
My name is Jaden Morgan. My name is Josiah Morgan.
My name is Joshua Morgan.
We approve this message.
I want to apologize. We have been here with my children in the past, and I'm just speaking for Joshua, if you don't mind. We have been here in the past, but because of the time constraints, it is difficult. I know other families would love to bring their children as well to also express the same feeling as Joshua has just done, but because of the time constraints, bedtimes and things of that nature, he was not able to be here in person. Thank you.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Am I able to speak?
What's he doing?
Again, good evening, Commissioners. I appreciate the time. I am wanting to speak just to share some of my thoughts. There's been many legal, practical, and personal reasons for the great decision to deny this development, and I want to share mine. As a newcomer to this area, my expectations have been surpassed with the hospitality and the community that is Yucaipa, especially rural Yucaipa. With my training and practice in the Loma Linda area, I have heard for years from my colleagues about Yucaipa being the jewel of the Inland Empire. And this has been my experience so far, and this is why I feel compelled to speak. While I was not notified by any official correspondence, I recently became aware of this project. While housing and growth are concerns of the city, maintaining the culture and atmosphere should at least be equally, if not more, protected. Developing lots that are less than 1 acre does not reflect on the atmosphere and culture of the rural North Bench area. By constructing as planned, this will create drastic changes to the area. These drastic and negative changes will affect the atmosphere, culture, population, traffic, and environment, just to name a few. Maintaining current standards and building single-family homes on 1 acre lots at a minimum and is currently zoned would continue to build on the legacy that has already been established. While the developer wants to develop this way for their profitability, it is not the city's responsibility. It is not the city's responsibility to approve this radical change based on their desire for larger profit margins. By allowing the developers to change the zoning with this special provision, it will allow for future development and additional negative change to this beautiful rural area of Yucaipa. I agree with my neighbors in asking for the city to stand up for its residents and hold the developer accountable to what is established in this area. With the city holding the developer accountable, they can come up with ways to maintain at minimum 1 acre lots, single-story custom homes, reduced and minimized street lighting to preserve this rural atmosphere, traffic safety preservation, again, just to name a few. Please don't allow this project to happen. Please don't be the leaders who allowed our rural community to dramatically change. Please stand up for why residents and outsiders love this community and preserve what has been created. The city has a responsibility to its existing residents, and this is only a small fraction of those who are adamantly opposed to this project. We are asking that you disapprove this development that would dramatically change our community. We ask you to hold on to your responsibility in preserving the culture and the atmosphere of the North Bench area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, we have Marlene Feenstra. Marlene.
Well, I just have 2 points quickly to make. There regarding the number of dwelling units per acre. One is the developer's representative managed to say that this project conforms to the intent of the general plan, which in my view is a fair bit of logical gymnastics. If you consider the general plan merely as a document that quantifies all of the impacts of all of the land uses, the entire city footprint, then yes, this project would fit underneath that. But that's only one purpose of the general plan, and it's probably the least important one to the residents of the city. The most important one is to ensure consistency and compatibility of land uses. The second point is that the project is proposing to use the plan development review process instead of, and this is a quote from the staff report, instead of adhering to the existing development standards. In order to approve that plan development, the city council would have to approve 8 findings. I'm going to read 2 of them. One is A, the proposed development is consistent with the city's general plan and any other applicable plan. And E, the proposed development as conditioned will not have a substantial adverse effect on surrounding property or the permitted use thereof, and will be compatible with the existing and planned land use character of the surrounding area. I don't believe that these 2 findings are true or that they can reasonably be approved, and I don't think that you should put this in front of the city council to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's the end of the public comments, and then we do have a number of additional slips of people that just wanted to note that they were opposed to the project. And it's a total of 34.
We done? Ooh, okay, with that, we need a rebuttal? But that we want to close the public hearing first.
No, let's see if the applicant would like to respond to.
to
Right.
anything that's been said.
And I just received 3 additional public comment slips, so I'm gonna pass that to Maria first.
Oh,
So we're not done.
so we're not gonna, we still got some more comments? Okay,
Travis Waters, Sherilyn Long, and Dave Long.
Okay, so 3 to the 34, so 37 comments in opposition that do not wish to speak. Okay, now. Okay, so now the applicant can come up, since those were just 3 more for opposition.
give us your rebuttal.
There's a lot to go over, but I'll limit it as much as possible. Sherry Todd's right. The applicant, the owner of the property bought the land in 2014. He knew what the zoning is, and at that time, he moved forward with the project. 33 lots, 1 acre lots. Did what he could with the property based on the 1 acre lots. Met with city staff, met with the city manager, was told about a planned development, was told about the opportunity to be able to do something else on the property. Maybe it's because at the same time they were looking at the AVA and looking at other options. Decided to go that direction and spent the last 3 years working on this project to try to get it across the finish line. I did say that the profits weren't there for 33 1 acre lots. That's why you don't see a lot of 1 acre lots built all over the North Bench right now, because it doesn't work. It's too much for the infrastructure. The cost is too much. You have to go with smaller lots to be able to do that. In this situation, he has worked with the city on several occasions to come up with a better and more reasonable plan that maybe the city, the residents would like better. The residents don't want anything on the North Bench. There's those that say, oh yeah, I want so many 1 acre lots, you could do that, I'm happy with it. That's not what it really is. They want the vacant land there. What's lost in this whole thing is that the landowner has a right to develop his property. He also has a right to go down the road of a planned development under the general plan. He has that right. Also, when it was originally talked about for cluster housing, and that became a term that is used around here frequently, cluster housing is what you see next to the 7th Street Park, or what you see in other small developments. This isn't cluster housing as per that definition. Premium Land Development did not donate money to anyone's campaign. And Premium Land Development, so everyone knows, has been doing business in the city of Yucaipa since 2004. I've been doing business since 2004 in the city of Yucaipa. And I do a lot of projects here. That's kind of our bailiwick. That's where we do our stuff. Whether they're larger projects, whether they're redevelopment projects, whether they're apartments, whether they're condo projects. You drive around right now and look at the projects that are being built in Yucaipa. They're going towards these 2,848 RENA number projects, and most of them we've had our hand on them one way or another. Whether it's on 5th Street, 17th Street, 4th and H, and so forth. So we've worked on quite a few of them. I do want to point out that on the old plan, which was the 33 lots, if they built 2-story houses there on those lots, even 1-story houses, all the way up against the property line, it would be not as nice of a line of sight as this is, with the setback and how far the houses are back in the thing. You know, there's those here that say the planned development shouldn't be put into play here, that the general plan should be what it is with the RL1. Well, there's a reason why they allowed Stanley Ranch, Chapman Heights, Mountain View, the reserve, to be developed under either a specific plan or the planned development, because sometimes it just doesn't work for the property. There are people in this room that live on half-acre lots in 1-acre zoning that are complaining against this project because they don't want it to happen. But you're living in it. It was done before. I'm not asking for something that hasn't been done before or something that you shouldn't consider or something that is against the general plan. I'm asking you for a tool in the toolbox for me to be able to use it. And I think it's important to note that that is what we're doing is not only legal, but it's the right thing to do with the land. If you go to Stanley Ranch, the reason you have half-acre lots is because you have slopes. You have land in a conservancy. You have areas that are unbuildable, just like here you've got an earthquake fault or you've got some hillside area. So we're doing the best project that can be done on that piece of property. My client has a lot into it. He's put a lot into it. He's put his everything into it, and he deserves the chance to move this thing forward and build his project. There's a misconception that these are senior houses where they need share a ride to come pick them up or Omnitrans. It's not the case. This is 55 and over. I mean, I don't think, I'm looking quite a few people that could probably, not everyone, but quite a few people that can move into these houses, that could buy these houses if that was the case. So I want you to understand that this is not a senior care home, a senior care facility. These are not clustered houses. This isn't Solero or Sun Lakes or any of that kind of stuff. These are just 41 houses that can only be bought by people of a certain age group, and it's 55 and over. It's not 60, 70, 80, or 90. So it's people that certainly can take care of their house, can drive to the store, and so forth. So I think you had something else you wanted to add.
Yes, and just earlier on, Mr. Higginson, you were talking about the pesticides as a concern with the M&D, and so I just wanted to suggest that if that is something that is kind of you're teetering on your decision, that you consider giving direction to staff or to the applicant to work with city staff to come up with the solution if it is an issue prior to going to city council. So that way we allow this to continue moving forward and then allows us time to work through that. So that's my request. Thank you.
Okay, any commissioners got any questions for the applicant?
I actually have a question for the attorney. There were many statements made by some of the public stating that SB 9 did not apply to this project. My question is, last week we were required to take a housing training component that stated SB 9 was in fact was able to be used here in the city of Yucaipa. So what is the truth?
So the SB 9 can be used in the city of Yucaipa. The urban area requirement, that's based on the U.S. Census Bureau, and based on Yucaipa's population, it applies to the city of Yucaipa. I do want to clarify something, though, just in case there was any confusion. When I made the comments earlier about SB 9 applying in that area, that was under the assumption that the houses were already built and it would be a homeowner using SB 9 to divide the lots. I do want to clarify that a developer who's going in there, they would not be able to utilize SB 9 because there is an owner occupancy affidavit that needs to be signed for lot splits. And there's also a prohibition against splitting adjacent lots. So I just want to make that clear that there's sort of one response if it's a developer submitting the application. There's other circumstances if it's a homeowner.
I have a question on that, on the splitting adjacent lots. What does that actually mean?
It means that an individual cannot split lots that are adjacent to one another, nor can they even act in concert with someone else to split adjacent lots. And nor can they split the same parcel twice using SB 9.
Okay. So if you had a 1 acre and you split it into 2 halves, you can't go back and split it into 2 quarters then?
No.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Go ahead.
Reading through the letters that were sent in, I made notes not only on those, but while everybody was talking, so I want to ask a couple of things. Whoever can answer the question, that's fine. One gentleman wrote in and talking about because of the probable traffic, that he was asking for a street light at Juniper and Bryant, and or between, at Ivy, Topaz and Bryant, and or Carter and Bryant. is that being considered in the proposal?
So that is being conditioned as something to be completed prior to the project going forward. So those intersections will need to be analyzed to determine whether or not it needs to be a stop sign or a street light or something to that effect, but it is conditioned as a part of the project.
I just want to clarify that it's not a condition to install the streetlights or traffic signals is what I believe you're asking for. The condition is to complete a warrant analysis. So it has to meet certain criteria in order for a traffic signal or a stop sign to be installed.
And what's that criteria?
It's criteria that's set by the state. They look at several factors, sight distance, ADT, traffic collisions, geometry of the roadway. There's multiple warrant criteria that need to be met, and that would have to be done through a traffic engineer.
So we can't set it as a condition?
No, we cannot. We cannot set them to install a traffic signal. We can condition them to complete a warrant analysis.
Okay. Then another, one of the form letters that was sent in and signed by several people. There was a list of things that says, consider the following, and one is dark sky, street, and home lighting. Is that included, is that in part of the plan? With shades pointing downward?
As far as like street lights, or as far as like the homes themselves? Or?
It says street and home lighting.
I mean, certainly that's not an issue. We're not trying to bright the light of the sky there. So, yeah, we would definitely, would take being conditioned for that, yes.
And energy independence. I know I read in there that solar panels are included in the project.
They all have to have solar panels, yes.
Is that including storage or just a feedback to the grid? Will it have the batteries, the storage batteries included, so if...
It'll be storage, yes.
Okay. Use of trees and ranch-style fencing. I saw in there that it was block wall, and I don't like block walls, period. So trees and ranch-style fencing.
It actually would be our preference to do ranch-style fencing along the top of slope there, for above the... That's what we showed in the drawing originally.
Okay, and the other two were already kind of addressed in the other areas. Can I make a statement, or do you have to ask all the questions first? All right, I want to make a statement. With, like I said, I've read all of this stuff from cover to cover, and I took extensive notes tonight. During our training 2 weeks ago here, we learned that regardless of the rumors, that SB 9 does apply to the city, not necessarily to this site as it exists today. In my humble opinion, that's not the law that's most concerning me. During the training, there were several people here, and I wish you had all stayed and listened to the whole training instead of leaving early, because there was a lot more to cover, and I still think we need more in-depth training on those housing laws. There's several other laws right now that combined, that I believe could literally destroy this city as we know it if they wanted to enforce those. And the land on the North Bench has been family-owned for as long as I can remember. But the families now are selling off these parcels. For whatever reason, they don't want the land. Those families don't want the land anymore. There's 2 big ones in escrow right now. Parcels ranging in size from 20 to 400 acres have been historically owned by Yucaipa families. And guess who's buying those parcels? LLCs, corporations, out-of-state developers, foreign nationals are buying those parcels. And some, if not most of these purchasers are not interested in Yucaipa. Like I said, some live out of state, some live out of the country. And I'm glad that Ms. Sellers brought up my Facebook post from 2020, I believe it was, because almost 3 years ago, Denise Works, a planning commissioner at the time, tried to warn me about these laws that we were talking about, and I didn't believe her. So I set out to prove, come hell or high water, that she was lying to me. I fought at city council. I sat under a tent for weeks gathering signatures on a petition to stop the lot reduction and to do an overlay for the vineyards. With some of your help, I gathered 750 signatures during that time, during COVID. And the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance was front and center in this effort. We took those signatures and worked with the committee that was formed in, oh, let's see, I went back as far as 2020 and 22. And all of this stuff right here in front of me is 3 years' worth of research and documentation that took me to this place. If you want to know, I didn't change my mind. We found the right tools and we worked with that committee. I took personal trips up and down the state, again, to try and disprove what Denise was telling me, but I couldn't do it. Denise was right. She was absolutely right, and I apologize. I didn't say it to your face, but I thought about it. She was telling me the truth, and now we have to fight to protect this land. The committee she chaired at the time recommended in August of 2020 reducing the lot size and placing the undeveloped portion of the land in conservation easements. This was supported by other people on the committee, Christine Muller, Denise Allen, and 8 others. I can't remember their names because I don't know them personally. This report was accepted by the City Council twice because the Wine Alliance tried to stop it. And we brought it back for a second study session. Greg Bogue was the mayor, Councilman David Avila, Bobby Duncan, Justin Beaver, and John Thorpe all voted in favor of the concept. Well, the Wine Alliance at that time lost both times at the City Council. And then we were labeled the enemy because we tried to stop it. So during the ensuing years, and after more research, we took the idea that that committee did a step further, and we got the developers, the evil developers, to agree to a 50-50 land split, not just half acre, which was in the original motion, because that still wouldn't have been a 50-50 land split. They've agreed now to anything building on this, and like Denise said earlier, this hasn't been approved through City Council yet. This is just the recommendations that were done. So I ate my words, and I put my ego to the side, and we got a 50-50 land split. It was forward thinking at the time, and I now believe with all my heart it's the only way to stop the land grab from the developers who live out of state and out of this country. I don't like the thought of any houses, but they're coming. And if a landowner is ceding 50% of his land to a conservation easement, I would rather we conserve 50% before we lose it all.
Okay. Tony, you have?
Yes. One is, I have a concern. I was asked as a member of this body to be on. Sorry. I like to lean back, sorry. I'll set forward. But being part of this, I was asked to be on the AVA committee, which I had no expectations going in it one way or the other. When I first attended those meetings, Donna and a number of other people were adamant about preserving everything at that point. And I look at this, this is the first project. I think everyone's right at that. It's not atypical of everything that's on the North Bench, but you have the whole North Bench area that's has current maps on it for 1 acre parcels. And those developments look very much like the neighboring property on Yucaipa Ridge Road. They're 1 acre parcels. It's completely developed. There are no riding trails. There is no open space. And you get your 1 acre lots. And they say that if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. There's some beautiful properties down in, off of Scott Road, down in the Temecula, Murrieta area, and all through Murrieta and Temecula as a whole. that I would have never believed 30 and 40 years ago would be developed into what they are today. And that's rooftops with 5-foot side yards, 20-foot rear setbacks, and they make Chapman Heights look like rural living. And that's what I see. It's not going to be tomorrow or the next day, but if we keep kicking this can down the road, which is what I believe personally, we end up with that same scenario in North Bench and any other of the open space that's left. And I think if we don't do some development that we can control at this point and gain 50% open space on, that we're planting cottonwoods instead of oak trees here, folks. That's my personal. So these developments, though you may not like them exactly the way they are, I have a problem personally with the vineyards. Being on that committee, I don't think you can mandate or should mandate any type of agricultural or any other uses like that. I'm for the open space aspect of it. But again, that was a committee and there's compromises on those committees. So I have a problem or a concern also with runoff and agricultural, because again, the same. Cesar said, we haven't used any pesticides so far. Well, I guarantee you, the more vineyards that come into the valley, the more pests and the more problems that you're gonna have, and that opens things. Anyway, I think the open or the vineyards aspect of it needs to be managed separately from the developments in these type of projects. And that hall needs to be vetted by the city as a totally separate package and not part of the development itself. It's one thing to set aside the space for it, preserve it. One of my friends is a lady named Shirley Leonard, who is the director of the Redlands Conservancy. And I had asked her in the last month, if you had privately owned land that you could pick up 50% of it into conservancy, would that be something you would be interested in? And she said that would be a huge win, because you don't get private land that comes in, and you're able to pick up 50% of it into conservancy. So I'm just asking folks, you take a look at the overall picture long-term and not just during maybe our lifetimes. I'm 65, 20 years, I'm sure that I will no longer be here. And so I'm looking at, if we can preserve half of that North Bench area, instead of having it all in 1-acre houses or all in tract houses, that's where my support goes. So I do want to say, I appreciate so much all you folks being here. And it's really, and I hope, I know certain projects have come up that have related to general plan amendments that you've come and voiced your opinion on. But there's so many other things coming up with industrial and other projects in the city that I only hear about. But I hope that you'll continue to be involved in, and I'm just one man. I'm one voice. I get a vote. And you have every right to go, if something does or doesn't get approved here, to make your voice known to City Council, and I hope so much that you do, because it's very valuable in shaping the way things go. But there's so many important things coming up, and I hope you'll all be involved in those in the future. And I really do appreciate you coming. And I know that we may not always agree, but that's just part of life. And I appreciate Kathy Sellers, who I've come to know from this, and I think her opinion is very important, and that I don't want to leave anyone out, but I really do appreciate you guys being involved in this, and just remember, we all are neighbors in the end of it, whichever way we tend to go. And Sherilyn, I appreciate you too. And so thank you all again.
Chair, I just want to remind the commission that this is their opportunity to ask the applicant any questions that they may have before we close the public hearing and then enter deliberations.
Okay.
Do I get a chance to rebut? My name was used in one of the comments, and I'd like to clear something up.
Now, well, no, we're gonna close the public comments.
This is the point in the meeting where the applicant gets a chance to rebut any of the evidence that's been presented.
Okay, so you want him to come back up and finish his
And
rebuttal?
that's if you guys have any questions for him.
Okay, do
I don't
we-
know if we've gone through the commissioners yet, but if there are no other questions of the applicant, we should be closing the public hearing and then beginning discussion and deliberation.
Okay, so did you, Mr. Heaps, did you want to come up and finish any rebuttals?
Chair, I think he addressed a lot of the
Yeah,
comments.
it was just,
He
if
was
you had
just
any more
waiting-
questions for us, really.
Yeah, they were waiting to see if you had any more questions.
Okay, go ahead. Who do you have? Are you calling somebody else up?
No, do any of you have
No,
any more
it-
questions for the applicant?
If any of the commissioners have questions for the applicant
All right,
before
do we have
close
any
the
more
public
questions for
hearing.
the applicant? This is getting out of control here.
Thank you, planning commissioners.
Okay, no more questions for the applicant?
So if there are no more questions, then you can close the public hearing and then begin discussion.
Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing. And then we will move to the commissioners. Commissioners, let's start down on the end. Go ahead.
I think had I known that I would always go first, I'm not sure I would have requested to be sat over there. I don't know. You know, I wrote something out, and I think some of my thoughts may get kind of changed as I read my comments regarding this project. I think I have to admit I spent a lot of time reviewing this project. I knew it was coming. I think for the last few days I have not got much work done at my firm, and I think my wife thinks I now have a second full-time job. But I intentionally listened to the previous commission meeting from last August, as well as the city council appeal. You know, I have personal feelings about this project, but as a planning commissioner, my responsibility is to not base my decision on personal feelings. I have friends that live near this community, and at the end of the day, my hope is they're still my friends, regardless of what my vote is. Again, this relatively new commission has kind of inherited a project that was previously denied at the level and as well as council level. And both the previous planning commission and the council made recommendations to approve the site layouts by creating a buffer between the existing homes and this new development. So the applicant responded to this and brought that back to us as what's before us today. I visited the site. I drove onto the property with my four-wheel drive, got it all muddy, viewed it from the upper road near the winery and the lower area near Juniper. And much like where I reside, I live above Wildwood Canyon Road. I appreciate the quiet and the ambience of this rural neighborhood, although it tends to lead to attracting the catalytic converter thieves because we have very few streetlights. We only have streetlights at our corners, so we get to enjoy the nighttime sky, and that's kind of what North Bench is like. And as described in the conditions for approval, the applicant must be sensitive to these features, and so they don't affect the neighboring communities. So again, the conditions of the project require sensitivity to adhere to that rural designation. And I appreciate the response on my concerns about the potential pesticides. I still have concerns over that. I can be told all day long that it's not going to affect or we're going to use natural ingredients. But as Commissioner Hicks pointed out, economics may dictate if something happens that they're going to take drastic measures to mitigate those things. So I have some issues with the combination of the agrarian interface with this development, the setbacks from the homes and the potential for that. So that's my statement.
Thank you. Stacy?
So I read through everybody's comments, concerns. I listened to you guys this evening, and I probably spent about 15 hours on this project. I too am a Yucaipian, and I love this city. I have an economic development background, and I really wanted to make sure I utilize my education and experience to make an informed decision, a decision based on facts. With that said, I actually drove to the site on Sunday, and I have a Jeep as well, so I kind of did a little 4x as well. I went back into the depths of the site, and I was actually kind of shocked to see there was toilets back there, and trash, and debris, and it's become kind of a landfill, and I don't know if the residents know that there is debris back there. With that said, I was really shocked at the streets. They had cracks in them, they were completely dilapidated. And this project, from my understanding, is going to have some more streets, some curbs, gutters, things like that, that would be an attribute to this area. It will actually increase your home value. These are things that are going to increase your home value. Now, I have heard a lot about, keeping it rural. And keeping that in mind, this project does have 12 acres of vineyards plus the 12 acres of open space that is to remain in perpetuity. So to me, I feel like there is a balance here. And coming from this economic background, I did some math. So I heard on Monday, everybody's talking about our dwindling revenue and how are we going to refill those resources. I don't know if you guys know this, but property taxes are the financial backbone of local government. That is a truth. Whether we like it or not, that is a truth. Doing the math, I took the average median price range from $700,000 to $1.2 million, and I came up with about $950,000. I multiplied that by the 51 homes, and I came up with $48,450,000. I took the current tax 1.2%, and the city is going to gain $145,000 a year annually. That is annually. That's not including schools, your fire. That's $145,000 to the city of Yucaipa. This does not include the $1.2 million in DIF funds that will go to infrastructure.
Chair, can we again remind the audience to refrain from disruptive behavior so that the Planning Commission can deliberate? There seems to be a lot of noise coming from behind us.
Okay.
I know some of you may not agree with what I'm saying, but I sat here and I listened to you, and I'm keeping that in mind. I truly am. I love Yucaipa as well, but I'm really trying to make an informed decision. I'm a volunteer. This is my own time. I am here because I love this community and I care about it, and I am listening to you. But like our other folks here stated, if we don't do something now, like Tony said, we're kicking the can down the street. What happens in the future if they do high-density cluster housing with this SB9? We don't know what else is coming down from the state of California. Is this an insurance policy? I don't know. But I do think that right now this will create a positive economic impact. The staff here has done an amazing job. They have spent hours and hours and hours working on this. It is our job as the commissioners here to listen to them and to do the trainings and to make sure we have our facts. Nothing based on fiction, facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. With this development, only 10 households will impact the schools physically, but positively affect them through tax revenues. That's for our kids here in Yucaipa. It will affect them positively. I do believe that the developer has created a synergistic strategic plan with this project. I did my own research. I weighed the pros and cons, and I do feel like this is not only going to generate revenue, but it will offer the residents of the North Bench a nice manicured development that will stay with the rural character that is Yucaipa.
Thank you, Steve. Richard.
Okay, first I'd like to thank everybody for coming. You've really educated me on a few things tonight. I'm just gonna keep it really short. I need to watch what I'm gonna say so I don't get in trouble. I'm not gonna sit here and try to explain to you, you know, why you should accept a project like this. I know you guys don't want to live next to the next East Highlands Ranch. And I think, I think everybody should keep fighting the fight, and just, thanks for coming. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, Lyle?
Well, as the youngest up here, I'm actually, here's my qualifier. I'm born and raised in this town 36 years and believe in open space. I hunt, fish. I mean, it's been my home. And as much respect, utmost respect I have for Tony, I fear that the immediate decisions we make for fear of future consequences could potentially lead us down a path of expedited failure, where government intentionally moves slow to slow the process of developments, legislation change, whatever it may be. And Aldo Leopold said, "This isn't ours; it's just our turn." And it's just two different perspectives on the potential future of this town. And as a dirt mover, I know all too well the consequences of the big boys, the big developers coming in and moving the needle how they want and bypassing a cute little planning commission like we have. But it's speculative. It's a future. And to double down on Tony's point, the conservation easement is a great win, but at what cost? And I think to shoehorn in a development that my regret is that I wasn't here for any other procedures on this thing to have input or to say anything, but in my opinion, it still is quite a few concessions on the general plan to meet a need that I don't think exists in this town currently. Do we need 50 more $1 million homes? Is that the economy that, or is that the development that's gonna be supported by this growing city? I'm not sure. I voted for the apartment building on 3rd Street because I believe there's an immediate need for affordable housing, a reduction in price with a little bit of densification sacrifice. I just don't see that aligning here. And I don't think Premium Land or Craig are the enemy here. I think he's using the tools he has. And then the city's impact fees, school fees, water fees, they drive up these costs for developers that it almost forces their hand into dense communities to make them work for them, because every business runs on a profit margin. So he's not the enemy. He's just in a series of greed that they perform a function to try to get something done. And I don't know, I guess I'm not gonna make an immediate decision today for fear of the boogeyman tomorrow. So that's all I really have to say. I hope this comes back under the right pretense of something that works for everybody, and or if it goes forward, and I don't know, but something that looks like more of the surrounding area and not so out of place, I guess. But thank you.
Donna? I think I said enough. Yeah, okay. Tony?
I just want to say real quick that I appreciate Lyle and Richard. Okay, I appreciate Lyle and Richard. And I still push the button. I appreciate both Lyle and Richard and and all the commissioners and the work that they do. And that's the great thing about being on this that I never expected, is getting to work with a great group of people that have difference in opinions, and we all get a chance to look at things away and learn from each other. So I greatly appreciate that. And again, I thank you all for coming out.
Okay, well, I've been on the commission for quite a while, and I've seen a lot of projects come and go. Sometimes they're good projects, and they make a lot of sense. Sometimes you look at the projects, you're not too sure, you know, but then you have to look at, if you don't get this project approved, what's gonna happen? I mean, to have a crystal ball to tell us what's gonna happen, I don't have one. I don't know what's gonna happen. But what we try and do is look at the big picture to see what the impact in the city of Yucaipa is on this project. Financially, it'd be a great impact on the city. You know, and like everything else, the city needs money, like any other business needs money. So I think it's a fairly good project. As far as changes go, I'm not too sure if my other commissioners have something in mind, you know, to try and sweeten this project up. But with that, I'd be open to comments or something from the commissioners, suggestions or comments or. Well, if we don't make a motion, it dies for lack of motion.
I'll make a motion to move the project.
You what? I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to accept and move the project.
Okay, we need a second.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second to move the project. So with that, let's get a roll call.
Chair Elgauer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hicks,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
No.
Commissioner Higginson,
No.
Commissioner Vick,
No.
Commissioner Chester,
Yes.
and Commissioner Snodgrass.
Yes.
Thank you.
That was 4. Is that 4 and 3? That was 4 and 3. Project approved.
Or project has been recommended towards city council.
Been recommended to go to city council. Now, from here, the project will go to the city council for approval, so it's not done yet. Okay, Ben, with that, do you have anything else?
I'm not sure if anyone wants to try to stay and make it to 11 just for the sake of it, but no, I just want to thank everyone for tonight. Certainly, it's been a long meeting. I do want to note we do have the Planning Commissioners Academy this month with Commissioner Higginson and Snodgrass, so we'll get to have fun in the beautiful city of Garden Grove. Garden Grove, yeah. Anyone who's a fan of Sublime certainly can sing that song. So,
We'll be at the rodeo.
Okay, with that, meeting adjourned.